1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Egy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we start soon. Please take your seats. Nem tudom, de van azért már. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on the workshop of understanding the diversity of financial risk. And the opening is now starts with our with the first speaker addressing you, the president of the Mathematical Institute, Tamás Szőnyi. Please.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of the Institute of Mathematics, I would like to welcome you at this meeting. So, this meeting is organized by our Department of Probability and Statistics, and maybe I would like to say 3 sentences about our institute. Our Institute of Mathematics consists of 8 departments. We have roughly 100 staff members, including part-time professors. The Institute more or less covers all theoretical and applied branches in mathematics. The departments which are applied ones and might be relevant for the topic of this conference are the Department of Operation Theory and Operations Research and the Department of Applied Analysis and Computational Mathematics. Of course, besides the Department of Probability Theory and Statistics. I briefly looked at the program of this meeting, and I must say I'm quite impressed by the variety of topics I found and also by the variety of the invited speakers from different countries, different institutions. So it should be a very nice conference, and I would like to close my short speech with wishing you a useful and fruitful conference and discussions with other colleagues.
So let me introduce András Zemplényi. He's the head of the Department of Probability Theory and Statistics, and he is the chair of the local organizing committee. András, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. I'm very pleased to see so many places so early in the morning. So first of all, I would like to thank our sponsors who made us possible to organize this evening, so especially Morgan Stanley and also the Pallas Athene Domus Scientiae Foundation, as well as our partner, the János Bolyai Mathematical Society. So we together organized this meeting. You see that we are here in a very beautiful place, so we are also thankful for the Faculty of Science of our university that they provided us these exceptional surroundings, which I hope will be very good also for us. So let me briefly mention a few words about the history of our department, mainly from a point of view which not many of you might remember, because I see mostly young faces here, that our department used to organize conferences regularly, but maybe that was some 30 years ago. It was called Pannonian Symposia of Mathematical Statistics, and we were very proud of this sequence of meetings. Unfortunately, after the changes, this sequence was stopped, and now we plan to start with a new subject, financial mathematics, which is, I think, one of the most important fields, also in our teaching. You know, we have a quite renowned master's course in financial and actuarial mathematics, where financial mathematics is one of the most important fields. So we hope to incorporate this knowledge, which we shall gain here during this workshop, also into our teaching as well as into the research. So finally, let me mention that we have altogether 150 registered participants. So I think we can claim this is a success, even if not everybody is here at the moment. Let us hope they will come soon. So I think I don't want to keep up your valuable time. I thank you once more for coming and wish you a very fruitful day and workshop. Thank you.
main sponsor, Morgan Stanley, the representative of Morgan Stanley wishes to address you in a few words.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome all of you to this first conference on risk. Morgan Stanley in Hungary is 10 years old this year, and we have 1,600 people working for us now in Budapest. And as we enter kind of the next stage of Morgan Stanley in Hungary, about a year ago we started thinking with a local management team, you know, what are the activities that we want to do more of? What are the things that we can maybe give back to the local communities and to academia? And what are the things that are important to us as we continue to increase our presence in Budapest? And certainly one of the things that we immediately said is organizing academic conferences on topics that we know are both intellectually stimulating and interesting, and are also very, very useful for our company and for our presence here in Budapest. So we started looking around a little bit, and when we got in contact with the organizers who independently had this thought about restarting these conferences, it was the perfect match. It was a very, very easy decision for us to immediately say we want to sponsor this conference. We thought the topic that was chosen for this year around counterparty risk is an extremely, extremely relevant topic that's very, very important to us as well. So it was a very, very easy discussion, to sponsor this conference. Let me tell you a little bit of a story as well from my history and from my career and how I got in touch with counterparty risk and credit risk. I used to work in New York and London and Tokyo directly on the trading floor. My background is primarily technology, but I was always interested on the quantitative side of things. So I was working directly alongside the traders who were doing these transactions on interest rate derivatives, with credit derivatives, with big institutional clients. And oftentimes I would overhear conversations on the trading floor that sounded kind of strange. It was almost some kind of a bargaining between the trader who was in touch with the client and looking to put on a particular transaction, and with what we call the credit person that was sitting on the trading desk. And back then, this is going back more than 10 years, you know, the credit person sitting directly alongside the trading desk basically had very simplistic models. Maybe we wouldn't even call them models, some spreadsheets that would tally up kind of the exposure that we would have to different counterparties. And based on that, they would put on a credit charge on every single newly put on transaction, depending on what exposure the firm was about to put on. And sometimes I felt like I was in a Turkish bazaar, because there was this discussion and argument and bargaining about, okay, but can we maybe reduce the credit charge on this particular transaction that would be more favorable to the firm or to the client, etc. And this was a very non-precise way of establishing, how much we should charge or how much reserve we should be holding for a particular credit exposure. And here we are, more than 10 years on, and we now have most of our credit spreads and credit transactions built directly into the pricing models. So it's no longer a discussion or a one-off discussion with a particular trade and particular transaction. These are very much embedded in our systems now. Here we are in Budapest, where we have more than 100 people working on our credit risk department, looking at these models, looking at the inputs into these models. We have our own way of rating and ranking our counterparties. So certainly there was a big shift after the financial crisis, and a lot more focus on counterparty exposure and a lot more rigor introduced in a lot of the banks. And I was very interested to read through the program. I see that a lot of the talks are focusing on how exactly this is done, how exactly this is modeled, and how far we have gone just in the way of particular credit charges for individual transactions. And we've also gone to the way of, we have our separate trading desk. We call it the CVA desk, Credit Valuation Adjustment Desk, that really focuses on managing our exposures with our various counterparties globally. So this is a very, very hot area, I think, across the board in the entire financial industry. It's a very, very important area for us as Morgan Stanley, certainly here in Budapest as well. And I also feel very strongly it's an intellectually very stimulating and very, very interesting area, as I'm sure you will find out today through the lectures. So let me welcome you again to today's workshop and conference. We're firmly committed to this conference, so when we spoke to the organizers, we said this is the first, but we hope it's the beginning of a series of annual discussions and conferences, and Morgan Stanley is very committed to helping to make these happen in the future as well. So I wish you all a very fruitful and very interesting conference. Thank you very much.
So, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now on behalf of the program committee, I should like to welcome you here. And as you may know, and you heard it also, we, in our educational and research program, so, ladies and gentlemen, let us start our program for today with the first and keynote lecture given by Professor Damiano Brigo. You may know very well him, and you can find a detailed account of his rich career in the leaflets we distributed. Let me mention just a few facts singled out from this very rich career. He started his work as a PhD. He wrote his PhD in Amsterdam. Then he was for long professor of the Bocconi University in Milan. Then moved to London. In London, he, among others, he was Gilbert Chair of the King's College. And then he moved to Imperial College, and he now chairs the Institute of Mathematical Finance, Department of Mathematical Finance. But his career is not solely academic. He worked very much in practice, and these two things are not divisible in his career. He worked for a large bank, IMI, in Italy, and then he was head of, sorry, I would just put it correctly, managing director of global head of quantitative innovations at Fitch Innovations. So please, well, just one more few, just two more sentences. I knew him back in 1996 when I organized a conference back in Győr. And I followed his career from a distance, though, because his ideas of, for example, this analytically tractable first passage model of defaults give us a great inspiration in our work when we try to model CDO prices and valuation. So, anyway, let me give the word to Professor Brigo and welcome him here. Thank you.
Thank you for the kind introduction, and thank you also for the invitation. So the talk I'm going to present now today is about valuation adjustment. This is a development that really exploded after the 2007-2008 events in financial markets. It was already there before, but in a much more reduced capacity. And if you look at the title, I talk about science and art as well. Why is that? Because, you know, on paper, as a mathematician, you would write down, you'll see the questions, this very nice theoretical problem of valuation adjustments, and then you have all these nice mathematical tools popping up. You know, you can have partial differential equations that are even nonlinear. You can have stochastic differential equations going backward in time, or BSDs, as French people call them. But really, you know, sometimes you don't even have a credit curve for your counterparty. So you're writing down these very nice and sophisticated mathematical tools, but you don't even have the most basic data to populate them. So it is an art insofar as you need to come up with proxying. You need to clean your data if you have data that are not clean, and you have to proxy them if you have nothing at all. You may be cross-gamma edging your CVA, but then you have an uncertainty of 30% on the recovery rate. So all these things, come up in real life and make valuation adjustments an art as well as a science. So that's why I put both words in the title. Depending on your job, on your history, you may like the science or the art more. I'm going to talk about the science mostly because by background, being a mathematician, that's what I do best. But I will always invite you to keep in mind that this is also an art, okay? That don't be fooled by the very nice mathematics. What we can actually do there is very limited depending on how we address the more general issues. This is joint work with Andrea Pallavicini, who is a colleague, has been a colleague in my team in Banca IMI previously. Yeah, this bank sounds like a tautology in English, I know. But it's the largest investment bank in Italy. And then is also visiting at Imperial College. All right, with all out of the way, let me skip the, usual hypnosis by this book, okay? So this is a subliminal advertising. So this evening, when you fall asleep, this picture pops up and then you place an order on Amazon and you don't know why. But seriously, most of what I say is in this book. Although the second edition should come up hopefully next year, because a lot of things happened since the first edition. So I'm saying buy this book, but don't really buy it. Wait for the second edition. That is safer if you are interested, clearly. Now, the first valuation adjustments that appeared in the industry with some importance after 2008. As I said, they were there before. In fact, I started research on these problems in 2002, but nobody cared, okay? So I put most of my results, including the AT1P model, into a drawer and did other things. Then when everybody was freaking out, really, about CVA, I opened the drawer again and said, okay, here it is. But clearly, the discipline evolved a lot over the years. So CVA and DVA are the first valuation adjustments that were important. The credit valuation adjustment is a calculation of how much of a discount you can ask when trading a product with a counterparty due to the fact that the counterparty may default. Okay, so in other words, if you have two counterparties, you can trade a swap with Bank A or Bank B. Bank A is completely safe, so you have a price for the swap. Bank B is risky, they can default. So to accept to trade with Bank B, with the embedded risk that you may lose your trade if they default, you ask for a discount on the trade price. Otherwise, if they don't give you any discount, you simply trade with a good bank, and you never trade with a risky bank. So this CVA is, this is one of the ways to look at CVA, the credit valuation adjustment. So it's a component of the price that you ask as a discount on a price of a trade with another bank, because or a client, because the bank or the client are risky, they can default. And then, from the client point of view, the fact that you ask a discount means an increase in the price they pay. Your discount for you is an increase of the price for the other guy. So, seen from the other point of view, this increase in price is called DVA, debit valuation adjustment. Debit valuation adjustment has been very controversial in the industry, because one of the implications is that if your default probability gets worse, increases, it's less likely that you pay back your debt, and the mark-to-market of your trade increases. So you profit on the books by the deterioration of your credit quality, which is something clearly the regulators do not like, okay? And so DVA has been fought, has never been accepted really by the Basel Committee, for example, whereas the accounting rules encouraged it up to some extent in the US, for example. So this is DVA is simply the other side of CVA, but it's something on which the regulators and accounting associations are split. You can also see DVA as a funding benefit, and I'll say a little bit more about that later. So this seems to be sophisticated science because the calculation of CVA, the credit valuation adjustment, is really very complicated. It's an exotic hybrid option on a large portfolio, a netting set, that's the level at which CVA is calculated, with potentially hundreds or thousands even of risk factors that have to be modeled in principle consistently. And you know, you also have the default of the counterparty and your own, if you want to model both defaults, in the picture as well, to be modeled in a way that is possibly correlated with all the other risk factors. So it's a formidable problem, really, if you want to do it properly. Now, so I say this is science because the option will be sensitive to a number of dynamic assumptions, you know, volatilities, jumps, statistical dependence. What do? Do you put Brownian motions, Gaussian shocks? Do you do something better? You know, it's very complicated, really. There's a lot of modeling going on here. Things like wrong way risk coming from the statistical dependence between the default of the counterparty you're trading with and the risk factors on the portfolio you're trading. This correlation or dependence, more generally, is very hard to model. You know, you have a lot of hedging going on in principle with CVA. You have the cross hedges as well, the sensitivities, the partial derivatives technically of the price of this discount you ask with respect to the driving risk factors of the portfolio and credit risk. And it's again a science because if, as we'll see a little bit later, under a replacement closeout, so when you trade and you compute in the future scenario where your counterparty defaults, you may compute the present value of the remaining cash flows without adding any credit risk for the remaining part of the trade or adding it. If you add it, the problem becomes recursive and nonlinear. And this is technically, you know, things, as I said beginning, backward stochastic differential equations and semilinear PDEs that are very technical, you know, tools from mathematics and probability. So far it looks like a very scientific endeavor. But as I said, it's also an art. So if you don't have a liquid market information like bond prices or credit default swap prices or cross products prices from the counterparty and from the market, you cannot really find out the parameters to put on the model for the default probability, the wrong way risk correlation, the credit volatility. All these inputs very often in a CVA evaluation problem are missing. You don't have them. It's only for very few major trades with large institutions that you really have all the inputs. So you can write some very nice mathematical tools, but then you don't really have the data to populate the model. So, and the other point, for example, you could raise is our recovery rate estimated. You know, with Lehman Brothers in the auction after the default of Lehman, the recovery rate on the bonds was 8%. But the creditors started a legal battle that's still continuing today, years and years after the default, and the actual recovery that we're reaching after all the assets have been reevaluated and so on, this recovery is almost 50%. So there is a huge uncertainty even on the recovery rate. After a default, do you recover 8% of your investment or do you recover 50? One of the key parameters in the CVA calculation is the recovery. But if the recovery is an uncertainty from 10 to 50%, you can understand there is no point in writing a backward stochastic differential equation for the price of CVA when one of the key inputs can range from 10 to 50%, and you don't have the slightest idea, to be honest, because recovery swaps are not liquid, and they are the only information you can find on trading recovery rates. Otherwise, you have to estimate recovery rates based on fundamental market information and balance sheet data, but that's under the historical measure, and typically does not always reflect the actual recovery that comes up a posteriori. So that's an example. And then there's something related to what Norbert was saying in the introduction. There has been a cultural shift on the job of quantitative analysts in the last 6-7 years, I would say. You need to understand, if you like to work as a quant now, you need to understand how your bank works, how the way it funds the trades. So if you want to start a new swap, you will need some money to do that, to start the hedging accounts, to purchase the swap if it has a price, to start the collateralization process, and so on. The treasury will give you, of your bank will give you this money, but they will charge you an interest for that. This is a funding cost. And to know how much you are being charged, you need to know the funding policies of your bank. In the old days, the quant working on a trading desk would not really care too much about these things. He had this closed pocket universe where everything would happen under the pricing measure. He wouldn't worry too much about the historical measure. People in the risk department would do that. He wouldn't worry about collateralization or funding. The back office and the treasury would do that. He would sign a paper every now and then or take a phone call, but that wasn't really his job. His job was, you have these risk factors, you have an interest rate derivative. If the LIBOR rate in the past year was between these two barriers, he never hit a barrier, take the average of the last year, and if it was better than 5% and worse than, better than 3% and worse than 5, your payoff will be a sort of average. These kind of exotic options were the main job of quantitative analysts before the crisis. And they would price them and hedge them in a world where counterparty risk didn't exist, in a world where funding costs didn't exist, in a world like in the Black-Scholes economy, where you can borrow as much cash as you like at the risk-free rate, okay? Real market. But don't forget, there's a lot of art behind the scenes. So, to convince you that this is relevant financially, and that we're not talking about some very theoretical hobby of mine, I don't think this is necessary, but just for those who are maybe skeptical. So there is a press release from Citigroup in 2009 talking about the 2.5 billion CVA mark-to-market, okay? So this is just to convince you that we're talking about sizable effects. There is a press release from the Bank of International Settlements saying that during the crisis, 2/3 of losses due to credit risk were due to the mark-to-market of CVA, so to the discount you ask for the counterparty risk of the trade and the way this discount moved, its volatility in time. This generated 2/3 of the losses. And then you may think that since now collateral is present in most of the trades, between banks at least, CVA is no longer an issue, but that's not correct. You can still have sizable CVA even after collateralization due to the change in value of the trade between margin dates. When there is large volatility or jumps or contagion, even daily collateralization may not be enough. And we have a paper in Mathematical Finance with a practical example on a CDS showing that even daily collateralization can still lead to a sizable loss, which leads to a non-negligible CVA even for a collateralized trade. This is incidentally why the industry is putting so much emphasis on initial margins now. Variation margin is the daily collateral when you align the mark-to-market. Variation margin, initial margin is a reserve you set up against this kind of daily P&L swings that the normal collateral wouldn't cover. And now we have funding valuation adjustment. We had this since 2012, 2013. A lot of work has been done. In 2014, the Wall Street Journal published an article pointing out that JP Morgan had faced a funding valuation charge of 1.5 billion. So again, we're talking about sizable effects, not just some hobbies that the people in universities are cultivating. Okay, so now we're starting to put everything in a consistent framework, and I still work a lot with the industry and talk to a lot of industry people. And now you would think clearly the industry, being aware of this complexity, is doing this very carefully, consistently, and thoroughly, in a fully technically consistent way, right? Now, this is from Blade Runner, so apologies to science fiction fans, but really I have seen things you people wouldn't believe. Present company except, of course, but I have seen banks calculate CVA in ways that started stirring the hair on the back of my head. And I have seen, well, you don't have to look very far, you just look at the Basel III formula or documentation for the calculation of CVA. That's only for risk measurement, but still it does ignore so many risk factors that you just wonder. You want to standardize everything because everyone must use the same formula. But if the formula is wrong, everybody will make the same mistake. You don't like systemic risk? Well, this is the perfect recipe for systemic risk. So I just would like to point out that this is not true for all the industry institutions. There are a few I talked to who are doing a very thorough job, but most of the market players and the regulators, I have to say, led me to watch Blade Runner again. I mean, I have even given a talk to the European Banking Authority in London, and they were very impressed, some of them, by the advanced features of this CVA evaluation, and they say, oh, this is all new, cutting edge. But it wasn't cutting edge. It was things I had been saying for like 3 or 4 years. But clearly the regulatory process is also driven by politics, negotiation. It's not only based on technicalities. I think the technical things are the last thing really often driving the regulatory process. So it's somehow reasonable, unfortunately, that much of the regulatory formula and methods if you also look at the debate on initial margins, we are going back to variance-covariance matrices. You know, it's a risk matrix 93. It looks like the last 20, 25 years never happened. I mean, just say, and I ask, what about the jump to default? And they tell me, oh, the jump to default was never really a big risk factor in the past, okay? Because you know, you can't really account for that with the variance-covariance matrix, but fine. So this is just to say that we'll get to the metrics as well later, but let's to say that, you know, building a consistent framework, it's very difficult. It's not just a fault of the regulators or the banks. As we'll see, there are really formidable difficulties popping up. And it's, in the end, people working in the banks are people of action. They need to act. They need to come up with numbers and solutions in a given time frame. So they cannot sit in an office 4 years developing a good numerical method for BSDs while the market does whatever it wants. So it's really hard to do it right. So what I will try to do here, I will develop a consistent framework and try to explain why it is so difficult. So again, this picture, we start looking at this picture, building the different blocks one by one. Let me only mention the main entities that show up in the picture. You have the counterparty you're trading with here. This is you as a trader working on the trading desk. This is the treasury of your bank that controls the borrowing and lending to you as a trading desk. And this is the external entity that is lending money to your bank as a whole, okay? So your bank may borrow from other banks and may borrow from other entities as well, mostly from other banks usually. So we're going to describe all the cash flows that happen after you start a new trade by. So this is the basic trade we also had in the old universe, but now we'll add the new parts one by one. So let's start then from the old days. This is the trading desk. Oh, I think I hit the wrong button. Yeah. So just the basic cash flows. In the old days, this could be an exotic option or a swap, whatever. You're sitting on your trading floor and you're trading this with a counterparty, okay? So the discounted cash flows are computed usually under the expected values under the pricing measure with the risk premium calculation as well. You have the value of just to establish notation, the value of the trade is the risk neutral expectation of the cash flows from today, this time is today, this is the maturity of the portfolio, or the first to default between you and the counterparty. Okay, so this tau is the first default between the counterparty, denoted C, and the investment bank where you are, denoted I. These two follow intensity models in most of the applications, and I will do the same here. And if you assume conditional independence, so the spread, default spreads can be, credit spreads can be correlated, but jump to default is independent, then the intensity of the first to default, the minimum between the two, is just the sum of the intensities. This is a technical tool that is very helpful when you compute CVA, because it means you will discount at the sum of the spreads. Now, the basic price of the old days would be the risk neutral expectation of all the discounted cash flows from today to the final maturity. I call that V0. That's the old school price of the product. Let me see if I can. That's the old school price of the product. And now our our point is try to generalize this in a way that takes into account this whole structure, okay? So the first part in the calculation of V, the total value, and I use the word value, not price, for a very particular reason that I will make clear later. So the total value of the trade starts with the expected value, the risk-neutral expectation, of all the cash flows from today to the final trade or the first default, whichever comes first, okay? And then we'll add the other parts. The second part I want to add to the valuation is the cost of the collateralization process. So whenever you trade some cash flows that have a risk, you have a collateralization process. If the mark-to-market, every day you recompute the mark-to-market of the random cash flows in the future. If this mark-to-market is in your direction, is increasing, the other party has to post the corresponding change in the collateral account as a guarantee that they can pay you if they default, okay? Or you now fall asleep, I'm afraid. I wear a red Ferrari sweater just to avoid you falling asleep, but I don't know if that's enough. But anyway, if the mark-to-market moves in the other direction, in favor of your counterparty, you have to post some funds on the collateral account to guarantee that if you default, the other party is covered, okay? So this is the collateral. I will denote by C, capital C, the collateral account, and small c is the interest rate that you pay when you receive collateral. So if the other party gives you collateral, you will pay an interest C plus, small c plus. If the other party pays, if you give collateral, sorry, to the other party, you will receive an interest C minus on the collateral you give. So this is specified in a document called Credit Support Annex of the trade. Now this, usually the collateral fee is the overnight, which is a proxy of the risk-free rate. But it's not always the case. Sometimes the collateral fees you pay are different from the collateral returns you gain when you post it. So borrowing or lending in terms of collateral does not necessarily have the same interest rate, okay? And this is a very basic financial fact. You know, often you have a non-symmetric CSA. One of the parties has to post collateral, the client, for example, but you as a bank are not obliged to. So this doesn't exist, and this C minus is 0, okay? So that's an example where the collateral policy is very asymmetric, okay? Now, the way I write these collateral costs in terms of interest paid or received on collateral is with the letter gamma. Gamma is typically the cost of the collateralization process. Some people call the present value liquidity valuation adjustment, this part here, or collateral valuation adjustment, but it doesn't really matter. We'll include it in the funding costs mostly. So if you write down an expression for this gamma, mathematically it's not very difficult. If the collateral is, so you sum over every day, so these TK are daily dates where you pay or receive collateral. If the collateral is positive, meaning that you are receiving collateral, you pay minus the difference between the collateral rate and the risk-free rate, okay? Because I'm assuming in this talk that collateral is cash, otherwise it's much more complicated. And cash grows at the risk-free rate in a risk-neutral theory. So by the fact that you are receiving collateral, you have something that grows at the risk-free rate, but contractually, the CSA says that you have to pay a collateral fee see the interest rate on the collateral you are receiving. So you pay this difference, and notice that if this is the risk-free rate. I will explain better what it is. At the moment, it's the theoretical risk-free rate in the discounting and in the risk-neutral measure. Now, if this is equal to the risk-free rate, the difference is 0, and there is no collateral cash flows, okay, in terms of cost. Notice if C is negative, meaning that you're receiving collateral, then minus C is positive, and you receive an interest of C minus R again. But the interest you receive in case collateral is negative, meaning that you are posting collateral, or the interest you pay if you are receiving collateral are different, as I said. And this is a possible source of nonlinearity in the problem. Now we add the credit cash flows, the default cash flows. So if during the life of the trade, your counterparty defaults, or you default before the end of the trade, there is a procedure called default closeout, which is regulated by ISDA, okay? The International Swap and Derivative Association. It's not YMCA, it's ISDA, okay? You know, when you spell it like that, it's almost automatic to start singing, but it doesn't work like that. It's much more serious organization. Yeah. So ISDA has a number of default protocols that detail the closeout process. And when you present value the cash flows described in this closeout process, you get precisely the CVA and DVA prices I described earlier. Now, CVA and DVA are big topics per se. I could give easily 2 hours or a whole day talk on CVA alone, but I don't have time to do that here because I'm trying to develop the comprehensive picture. So you have to bear with me. I will describe a little bit these cash flows quickly, but not very much in detail as I would have done in a CVA talk, okay? So we call theta tau the cash flows depending on the exposure and the collateral at default. The exposure is the value of the trade at the default of the counterparty or your own, if there is an early default. You mark to market the trade, you check the residual value of the trade at the default, and then you put it in the future state here. It also depends clearly on the collateral, because if you're fully collateralized at the default time, there is no loss. If the collateral is not enough, there is a residual loss on the part of the exposure that is not covered by collateral, okay? And if you have rehypothecation of collateral, you can have a further loss. Rehypothecation means that when you receive some collateral as a guarantee, and you remember you have to pay interest on the collateral you receive, to reduce this interest you pay, you lend the collateral to someone else, receiving interest from them. So basically you can use the collateral for your own business, which, however, if the mark-to-market turns around and you default, you don't have the collateral to give back to the original party anymore. So this increases their credit risk and your own seen from the other side in the opposite situation. So rehypothecation is a dilemma because it eases liquidity costs, but it makes collateral less effective in a scenario of P&L swing. So there are two main types of closeout. The replacement closeout, where the exposure is computed with the same value you are computing here, you see? And this value will include credit risk and funding costs and collateral, everything. So you want to include everything also in the exposure, meaning that the exposure at default will include the future credit costs and funding costs. So it's a total value. That's the replacement closeout. And this is what ISDA would like you to do. They have been moderate in this suggestion, but they seem to prefer the replacement closeout. Whereas the other option, which is much easier, you simply take the remaining cash flows from the default to the final maturity, present value them, and that's your exposure. And this does not include any credit risk or funding costs. It's the old world present value at default for the remaining life of the trade. You put this here, but you see the problem immediately. If you use a replacement closeout, this is not a definition, it's an equation, because inside here, you see, look at this, V. If this is V tau, this is the same V you are trying to compute here in a future scenario. So you have V on both sides of the formula. So it's not really a definition, it's an equation. And if you write it properly with proper calculations and so on, it becomes a backward stochastic differential equation. You have to do a few things to get there, but that's essentially the first source of nonlinearity you have. If you use a replacement closeout, you have a nonlinear valuation problem. If you use a risk-free closeout, we call it this way, then the problems remains linear. The right-hand side does not depend on the left-hand side, okay? So this theta, which includes all the cash flows at default, has a complicated expression. It's the basic exposure minus a CVA discount cash flow if the counterparty defaults first, plus a DVA cash flow if you, as a bank, default before the counterparty. And depending on whether rehypothecation is allowed or not, the expression becomes more or less complicated. You see you have an option on a different of options on exposure and collateral. These are very boring calculations, but you know, you really need to write them down to correctly implement the closeout cash flows. Now, let's assume that there is no rehypothecation, so collateral cannot be reinvested. Then you see what happens. The CVA cash flow, you look at the value of the trade at default. If this is positive to you, and if the collateral is also positive, but the collateral is smaller than the exposure, this means there is part of the exposure that is not covered by the collateral. So what you do here, you still face a loss on the part of the exposure that is not covered by the collateral. If this difference is negative, meaning that there is enough collateral to cover the exposure, you are fully collateralized, then this difference is killed by the positive part, and there is no loss in a full collateralized scenario. So it's just one of the cases, but to let you appreciate that really the clauses embedded in the ISDA closeout process can give you very complicated equations. And again, this is just a simple case. Now, the part that leads to the funding costs, we call it phi, funding, and it works like this. Whenever you trade, you will receive some funds to keep the hedging account for the trade going, and you will pay interest on the funds you receive. On the other hand, if your trading strategy is short cash, you will be able to pay back some funds to the treasury, and the treasury will compensate you with a funding rate. Again, we have to point out that the two funding rates might be different. They're not exactly the same, usually. In many banks they are, but not always, and we'll see two different funding policies where the rates are either the same or different. Now, this term is called phi, And I will use this notation as a generalization of the Black-Scholes setting. F will be the cash account for the replication of the trade. H is the risky asset account in the replication of the trade. And phi are the interest cash flows for phi and H between times T and time U to be present value later. So for example, in a Black-Scholes setting where you are delta hedging a call option, you remember that the value of the call can be replicated by delta stock plus a given amount of cash, be the cash bank account. So I call this delta position in the stock H, the risky hedge, and then I call the cash part in the Black-Scholes process F. But the Black-Scholes setting is a very special case because you have no default time. Default is at infinity, it doesn't happen. You have zero collateral, zero cost of collateral, zero cost of funding. So Black-Scholes is a very, very special case. Now we're removing these assumptions and look at the more general picture. So if you look at the way you could write down the funding costs, it works more or less like this. There is a very detailed description of a step-by-step trade where you see exactly how this formula comes up rigorously. But I'm going to give you an intuitive representation. So suppose that to trade, you are overall borrowing an amount of cash F plus H that is needed to set up the cash part of the hedge and the risky part, okay? You buy the risky part of the hedge, but to do that you need funds. These are the funds. So if these are positive, it means that you're borrowing from the treasury the corresponding amounts. And then you have to pay, and this is a minus because you pay, to the treasury an interest rate F, small f, a funding fee on top of the risk-free rate to borrow this amount of cash, okay? But once you have the cash, you can buy the risky asset, and to reduce your funding cost, you can repo lend it in the stock lending or the repo markets. And if you repo lend it, you will benefit with an interest rate, which is the repo rate, which is denoted by H here, okay? So essentially, I'm accounting for the interest rate I need to pay to the treasury of my bank when I borrow to service the trade, and I'm also benefiting from the repo markets when I can offset this cost by repo lending the risky asset. Sometimes the treasury automatically recognizes the repo benefit and say, I will give you a repo benefit equal to the funding cost for the risky part of the hedge, which means that this H cancels with this H cancels with this, and you only have the funding part here, this one. This is also true if your hedge portfolio is fully collateralized already. If the hedge portfolio is fully collateralized, then it doesn't have any funding costs because you can use the collateral itself for funding. And then you're good. You don't have any additional cost. So in that case, and this is the case I will focus on mostly, the funding cost really comes from the cash part you need to have in order to do the trade. And then you pay this interest if you are borrowing, or you receive this interest over the risk-free rate if you are lending back to the treasury. And the two rates of borrowing and lending interest, again, can be different. And this is another source of nonlinearity. Now, when you look at the flows for phi, in the scenario where you are basically giving money back, so your F is positive, sorry, so you're borrowing, you pay minus this spread of the funding rate of the treasury over the risk-free rate. When you present value all these flows along the life of the trade, you get the term that is called funding cost adjustment. Okay, it's a cost that impacts your trade with a negative component. So it's a funding cost. However, when the funding account is negative, it means that you are giving money back to the treasury. In that case, you gain plus an interest on top of the risk-free rate from the treasury. This interest is denoted F minus. It can be different, as I said, from F plus, and the present value of all these flows is called the funding benefit adjustment, FBA, okay? So funding cost and funding benefit come from interest paid or received on the cash dealing, borrowing and lending with the treasury of your bank. Now, notice that if the funding rates are the risk-free rate, but no bank is making this assumption right now, okay? But if this were true, as in the old days, where this was proxied with the LIBOR interbank rate, which was in turn a proxy of the risk-free rate, so R was equal to F, and all this stuff goes to 0, and FVA is 0, okay? Which is the position of some academics still now. We'll get back to that later, okay? Not me. I mean, I have to recognize the existence of this number. So the key play of the bank, the key input of the bank is in setting these rates, okay? These rates are driven by the credit risk of your own bank here, and of the credit risk of the external funder, if there is one, for this other rate. But not necessarily, this could also be different. We'll talk about this later a little bit more. But these rates are policy driven, and they are related to your own credit risk and to the funder credit risk where your bank is borrowing externally. So this is a trader explanation of the cash flows that I mentioned earlier, but I will skip it because it's rather long, and essentially I gave you a quick idea already with the repo example, but there is really a trade following the steps a trader does, step by step, that in the end justify basically the equation for the funding cash flow, this equation here, okay? So you can look it up if you're interested in the derivation. But now finally we put all the pieces together, okay? So the value of the trade is the expected value, the risk neutral pricing measure expectation of the basic cash flows of the product up to default or the end of the trade if there is no early default, plus the cost of the collateralization, interest paid and received on collateral, the default closeout cash flows, so the loss due to the early default of the counterparty if you are not fully collateralized at that time, leading to CVA and DVA, and the funding cost of the trade. The interest paid or received to maintain the trading account for a specific trade with the treasury of your bank. Now, you would be tempted to say that this is just the price of the trade plus the credit effects, so DVA and CVA maybe, the default event, the closeout, and this other part is funding costs, okay? Because it's interest paid and received on borrowing and lending. So it's a very natural definition. I define this as funding valuation adjustment and this as credit valuation adjustment. Well, this is not completely correct because we're working under a replication approach. So we assume that the value of the trade is the sum of the hedging accounts, the cash account, the risky hedge account, and if you have rehypothecation and you can use collateral for trading, also the collateral account. So if you remember this, and you remember that inside here, for example, you have a different funding rate depending on whether F is positive or negative, okay? But the fact that F is positive or negative in the future depends on V because they are connected by this equation. So the future values of V are inside here because phi to know which cash flows are borrowing and which cash flows are lending, needs to know the future value of V itself. So you have V here, but you also have V in the future inside here. And similarly, if you have hypothecation, the collateral part here needs to be known in the future to shape these cash flows. So this V is inside here too in the future. And as we saw earlier, if you use a replacement closeout at default, it's inside here as well. You have V tau, the same V you're computing here, you are here. So again, this is not a definition, it's an equation. And because V is inside all these terms, and V depends on all the risks together, every single part of this equation is driven by all the risks together. This is what it means to be nonlinear, okay? Nonlinearity. So this V is inside each term. V depends on all the risks because it's the total value depending on all the risks. And so every single part is depending on all the risks. So this decomposition is only indicative. It's not real, okay? This is the main implication of the nonlinearity. And once you write this equation properly with a few further steps, you get a forward-backward stochastic differential equation, or adding a Markovian assumption, you can write it down as a semi-linear partial differential equation. Now, one point I want to make for those, because we are in a probability, hosted by a probability group, so you may be an expert maybe in probability, but maybe you don't know much about BSDs, maybe you do. But why is this so relevant in probability theory? In ordinary differential equations, if you reverse time, nothing happens. You still get the differential equation, or in partial differential equations, you can reverse time. It's no big deal, You never talk about backward ordinary differential equation. I think you never heard this term, right? I mean, I didn't. But you talk about backward stochastic differential equation. So why is it so different in stochastics? Because in stochastics, you have something that is time asymmetric, which is the filtration, the flow of information. So in stochastics, the filtration grows, and this gives you a very special time direction. If you reverse this is by no means equivalent to solving a forward equation. You need to be very careful about that, and that's why backward stochastic differential equations are not a trivial generalization of backward ordinary differential equations. There are a lot of subtleties in reversing time for stochastics. Not so for ordinary differential equations, but for stochastic, yes. So this is a mathematical curiosity. Now, using a nonlinear version of the Feynman-Katz formula, which is based on existence and uniqueness of the forward-backward SD equation that comes out of the evaluation we saw previously. So if you want to really see the mathematical details, I point you to this paper that has been now published in a Springer volume. It is possible to write the final value in a way that is quite interesting. So the value of the claim is the sum, think of this integral as a sum, of the expected value under a pricing measure where the drift of the risky assets is not the risk-free rate, but the repo rate where you can lend that risky asset. So this H is the repo rate, or the vector of repo rates if it's more assets, associated with the risky asset, what we called S, previously in Black-Scholes, underlying your trade, okay? So we price under a pricing measure where there is no risk-free rate in the drift of a stock, for example, like in Black-Scholes, but there is a repo rate, which is a real market rate you can realize by borrowing that, lending that stock in the market, if you have it. So it's a real return you can get from the market, not a theoretical risk-free rate. Also, we discount all the future cash flows at funding. So the funding rate from the Treasury is used to discount the cash flows you see here. So we do the risk-neutral expectation under the repo measure, say, of discount at funding of the basic cash flows of the trade. This is just a dividend notation for the running cash flow of the basic product. Then we have the default closeout adjusted by the value of the trade weighted by the local default probability, which is the intensity of the first to default, lambda. And then we have the collateral account, the cost of collateralization as if you were borrowing the collateral or lending it back to the Treasury. So this equation, if you look at it carefully, there's no risk-free rate anymore. R has disappeared. So we talk about invariance. The question is invariant under the on the specification of the risk-free rate, which is interesting because the risk-free rate by now is a theoretical tool. We have proxies of the risk-free rate. We have the overnight, some repo rates, but really there is no theoretical risk-free rate. It's an observable variable. And it disappears from our equation. Our equations are completely driven by market observables. The repo rates, the funding costs, and the credit spreads. And they come, and the collateral fees. And they come out from this general valuation equation that I built piece by piece previously. You do the calculations and you get some immediately after a few steps this formula. Also, I'm doing the valuation under the partial information filtration. This is the spread filtration. So I'm assuming to do that the basic trade is not credit dependent. So there are no credit default swaps, for example, or defaultable products, default baskets in this product. I'm also assuming, as I said in the beginning, that the two default times are conditionally independent. The spreads can be correlated, but not the jump to default. So remember, however, that the repo market is specific of the trade you're doing, because if you change assets, the repo market changes with the new assets. So the pricing measure has become local. Every single trade has a different pricing measure, which is another way to say that the pricing problem is nonlinear, okay? Nonlinear means that the price of a sum is not the sum of the prices. And because the measure changes if you aggregate positions, we see clearly that this is nonlinear. Also, if you remember, the funding rate and the repo rate, the funding rate, and the collateral rate, they all needed to know the future sign of V. So the future values of V are nonlinearly present on the right-hand side. Again, this is really another way of writing a BSDE. It's not really an expected value in a standard way. But financially, it's much more intuitive to write it this way rather than a BSD. So these are the familiar CVA and DVA after the collateralization, and then I wrote everything else inside here. There is no explicit funding term for the replication because this has been absorbed in the discounting here by applying the nonlinear Feynman-Katz. So the capital F term is not there anymore. So now there is one more part that I neglected, which is this is up to here is the way you deal in the trading floor with your bank and with the counterparty. And then, as I said, inside here you have the XVA desks and so on. But your bank, when you ask money to your bank to service the trade, that money is coming from money the bank is borrowing externally, okay? So the bank is borrowing externally from another bank most of the time, the funds to keep going. And when your bank borrows, your bank pays
an interest which is related to your own bank credit spread, SI, plus possibly liquidity basis if that spread is coming from the CDS, okay? That doesn't have the funding premium. So at the same time, when you give funds back to the treasury, because your hedge is short cash, your treasury could lend these funds to an external entity and get a return for it. And this return could then be passed to you. So you see, what really explains this funding interest you pay or receive is the interest your bank pays or receives when borrowing or lending externally. So there is a sort of conservation of cash flows in this setting that reminds you a little bit some conservation laws that you have elsewhere. But this is much more basic, really. So now, if you include the default risk of the funder here, where you're lending the money, and your own default risk when you're borrowing, then you have two additional terms that we call psi here, sorry, that depend also on the default of the funder, the external funder, and your own and the counterparty, that lead to the treasury CVA and DVA. So there is a credit valuation adjustment and debit valuation adjustment that is not coming from the trade. So from here, this is the trading CVA and DVA, but there is a CVA and DVA also here coming from the borrowing and lending that the bank does to keep the trading going externally. And these CVA and DVA explain the funding costs, a large part of the funding cost. So we'll see that the funding valuation adjustment, which is minus the funding cost plus the funding benefit, which comes from the rates F plus and F minus, is largely offset by this CVA and DVA of the treasury, which is logical, okay? Again, this cost that you pay is a reflection of the payment the bank does to borrow. And this benefit you get, you could be a reflection of the benefit the banks does for lending. Maybe this went into pause. No, it's blacking out. Oh, this there. But yes, it has not been connected. Yeah, I think it's maybe. So, in a way, you know, if you look at the picture that way, what is funding costs? Funding costs are again credit risk. The credit risk of the external borrowing and lending that the bank does to service the trading desks. This is a cost which is passed to the desk, and the desk tries to pass it to the client, as we'll see later on. And some banks have a desk that is the FVA desk, but this is mostly absorbed in this XVA desk that deals mostly with all the valuation adjustments, okay? Because as you saw in the equation, these valuation adjustments are interconnected, so in principle it's better to have them in a single desk where they can be managed consistently. But if you can also split them under a number of assumptions, and we will look at that later on. It's a problem of making the CVA, FVA, and other adjustments disentangled in a way to kill the nonlinearity, linearizing the problem in a way that is more operational. The banks need to give responsibility to specific people, otherwise it's chaos, okay? It's true that the valuation becomes nonlinear, but if you follow that model in the management of the bank, then everybody would be responsible for everything. And we know that in a human organization does not work that well if you do that, okay? I mean, in an illuminated corporation, this would be great, but it's not always possible. So you need to have someone responsible for CVA, and you need to have someone responsible for FVA, the funding adjustment, even if the two things are interconnected, which is challenging, clearly, but it's the way the the bank's work. So this is a challenge coming from nonlinearity. There is a way to split the adjustments that we'll see in a few minutes. And then, you know, there is a question whether the bank is justified in charging these fees to the clients. A funding cost is a cost you have to service the trade, and you pass it to the client. So in some sense, it is reasonable. But the idea that is emerging from the industry is that every new cost that the bank has is charged to the client. So the next one could be the electricity bill, okay? So you're running a business, you have a building in London, you're paying a lot of electricity, you could add to the cost of the trade an electricity bill valuation adjustment. They're already talking about the capital valuation adjustment now. There is the funding valuation adjustment, the credit valuation adjustment. All these adjustments, some of them overlap, so there is a risk of double counting. And it's an interesting problem from a general economics point of view. So I'll get back to that in the conclusions if there is no other default before the end. So if you add this different term as well, then under a number of technical assumptions, assuming that the hedge account for the risky part is 0 because it's perfectly collateralized and you can include the collateral through rehypothecation, so you don't really need any cash for the risky hedge. Assuming that the underlying portfolio is not directly credit sensitive, so it's a pre-default filtration only technically, and assuming that the default of yourself, the counterparty, and the external funder are conditionally independent, you can write a decomposition of the total value of the claim as a risk-free price minus a CVA plus a DVA plus a collateral valuation adjustment minus a funding cost plus a funding benefit minus the CVA of the treasury plus the DVA of the treasury. And the good news is these formulas resemble a lot the formulas I've seen in a couple of top banks in London. There's some slight differences, but nothing substantial. And they allow you to split the risks under a number of assumptions in a non-linear way, in a linear way. So CVA is simply the future exposure after collateralization, weighted by the counterparty credit spread. This is the counterparty's default intensity or local credit spread, discounted at the sum of the spread, your own and the counterparty. DVA is similar, but it refers to the opposite exposure and is weighted by your own credit spread. The funding cost is indexed at the funding rate you pay to the treasury minus the risk-free rate whenever you borrow. And you borrow if the account here is positive. The funding benefit is the opposite. It's the interest you gain when you lend, so this is negative, back to the treasury, all discounted at the risk-free rate plus the sum of the spreads. We need to put back the risk-free rate to linearize, because that way we avoid the funding rate, which can be dependent on the sign. And then you have CVAF and DVAF, which are the CVA and DVA of the treasury operation. Look, all these expressions, don't worry about the shape, but you really need a few calculations to get there, which I didn't do. But they all have the same structure. There is an instantaneous credit spread with 1 minus a recovery. This is 1 minus the recovery of the entity. There is a positive or negative exposure. And then you discount at the sum of the spreads and take present value adding the cash flows. That's all you need to do. Once you have implemented one of these formulas, you have all of them, because you simply change the lambda or change the sign of the exposure, and you have the formula. So all you need to do to implement this in a system is to implement one of these, and all the others look the same. Then the main input will be the credit spreads for the different entities and the funding rates for the funding policy from the treasury. And to specify the funding rates, you may have different funding policies. There are two mainly. If you give back funds to the Treasury may lend them in the market and get a return corresponding to the credit risk of the external funder, what I call SF here. Whereas whenever you borrow, the bank must borrow at the bank credit spread, which I call SI. And this is a potential liquidity basis. But there is another way to do it, which is what really most of the banks do. It's not this. They do actually this. So again, whenever you borrow, the bank borrows and charges you your own bank credit spread for the cost of borrowing, because this is what the bank pays to the market when borrowing. But then when you give back funds, it's not that the bank starts lending them. They simply reduce your borrowing, okay? So the bank considers himself net borrowing. So when you give back money, they simply reduce your borrowing. And then if you reduce your borrowing, the interest you save is the same interest you were paying. So in that case, the two rates are the same. At least one source of nonlinearity goes away. I call this reduced borrowing benefit and this external funding benefit. Just to make the point that the equations for the rates F that drive the valuation problem are policy driven. And it's interesting because if you don't agree with the funding policy of a bank, you are still charged for it. If you think that the bank is funded very inefficiently, you're still asked to pay for that. Of course, you can go to another bank if you don't like that, okay? But if all the banks start using a similar methodology, which seems really to be the case now, you don't really have a choice. You will end up paying something like this formula anyway. So once you plug that in, you can specify the treasury rates here in the funding cost and funding benefit, and see that depending on the different funding policy, the funding cost and the funding benefit completely cancel with the CVA and DVA of the Treasury. So you have to be careful to do this cancellation, otherwise you will be double charging a client possibly. And most of banks do, I have to say the truth. But also I should say that these quantities typically sit in different departments of the bank. I'm netting them to see the effect at bank level, but really they are used by different parts of the bank. So there's a lot of discussion on the overlapping adjustments, but I don't want to keep you going for long. I'm going to conclude in a few minutes. But now there has been quite a discussion and work on the funding cost that has led to a lot of fighting even and debate in the industry. So, we look at these very complicated equations for the funding cost. This is the funding cost that you pay to the Treasury. This is the funding benefit you receive. And you try to pass the cost to the client, typically, so that you don't have to bear it on the desk. But a lot of people, initially at least, objected to the funding cost. CVA and DVA was no big deal. Credit risk is real. It's good, it's right to monetize it, however difficult it is to hedge it. But funding costs really sparked a lot of reaction. And one of the main reactions is that funding cost is zero, okay? So you get this blue pill or red pill, and depending on which one you pick, you wake up in a world where there is no funding cost. You're in the old, nice setup of Black-Scholes, or there is all this nightmarish array of valuation adjustments. Now, Allen White argued that FVA should be zero based on the Modigliani-Miller theorem. So this is not typically a mathematician topic, it's a corporate finance topic, really. So let me give you a quick summary of this theorem. If market prices follow random walk, so Black-Scholes type models, diffusions, there is no taxes and not costs for bankruptcy or agency. Well, we include somehow the bankruptcy costs in the credit and debit valuation adjustments, so that those are accounted for. There's no asymmetric information, but actually the funding policy is very asymmetric. When you trade with another bank, you really don't know their funding policy in detail. It's not market given. It's not transparent. Market is efficient. And then under these assumptions, the value of a firm does not depend on how the firm is financed. So there should be no funding cost because however the funding is done, this should not impact the value of the bank activities and of the bank itself. But we found this simply by a conservation law. If you include for the credit risk of the borrowing and lending of the treasury, this almost completely cancels the funding cost and the funding benefit. So it looks like really more a conservation of flows than a corporate finance theorem. So our conclusions would agree with this. The problem is that there is a liquidity basis that is not accounted for by this theorem, and a lot of these assumptions do not really hold true in real markets. Information is asymmetric, especially on liquidity policies and funding matters. And also, there are costs of bankruptcy, and the market is far from efficient and very incomplete very often. So we don't really, we can't really say that this is true, although there would be some arguments in favor. So the nonlinearities I already discussed, nobody is willing to embrace nonlinear valuation. We already know that the risk is nonlinear. Value at risk or expected shortfall are not additive. Value at risk is not even sub-additive in principle. But if pricing becomes nonlinear, it's a nightmare. When you have a portfolio, you cannot even sum the values of the assets to get the price of the portfolio. You need to do the valuation every time you add an asset or you change the aggregation, which is very time consuming, also because these nonlinear problems are slower than the other ones. Now, price of value, is it a price or is it really a value? In economics, you distinguish between the two. You have these famous funny quotes, saying that Wall Street banks are full of people who know the price of everything and the value of nothing. But really, this is a joke, clearly. The real thing is, are these all costs that you are justified passing to the clients? Especially if you don't check very carefully that the adjustments overlap. Because then there is a risk of double charging the client. And if all the banks use the same methodology, there is no way around it. The client will be overcharged anyway. How can a client check that the price is charged is fair if he doesn't really know the funding policy of the bank? Is this just not a cost of doing business which should be reabsorbed into the negotiation price rather than quoted explicitly as an add-on with every new type of risk, with the overlapping problem we said? It's certainly more transparent, that's true. But the risk is that you go and buy some bread from the baker shop, and they tell you the price of the bread is €0.50, and then you have 20 cents for electricity, 5 cents for running water, the rent of the place is 20 more cents, and you get a bill that is this long for a slice of bread, and you say, okay, give me the price, okay? Otherwise, you go to the other shop and check the total. It's more transparent, but it's also, there is also an overlapping risk. And if the client has some funding costs too, can he charge you? This is not a bilateral, yeah, I'm done. It's not a bilateral cost. And the problem is also that because the problem is nonlinear, you should you should implement models that are consistent across the trading floor. But this is not always easy, because often there is even internal competition in some banks, and they don't work together very well. Now this has changed, fortunately, after the crisis a lot, but still it can be challenging. So I will conclude then, there's a way to measure the nonlinearity component in the price through a nonlinearity valuation adjustment, but it's not that important, so I will skip this. There's a way to embed the multiple curve theory into the adjustments, and you can find this here, and also to adapt the theory to compute the cost of trading through a CCP compared to a standard CSA. If you have a doubt whether a specific portfolio would be better off with a CCP or a standard CSA in terms of cost, additional cost, you can check that. So I will conclude, there's a capital valuation adjustment, but the discussion there is still not very clear. I think Stefan Crepet might talk about that in the afternoon, but I find the current status of the literature very confusing. There's two different approaches, and only one of them makes sense to me, but it's very far to come. And then I would just, I think, conclude with, I mentioned all these points, and coming soon, the electricity bill valuation adjustment. Thank you for your attention. Any questions? I'm happy to.
So are there any questions or comments? Well, yeah, yes, please. You just, yeah.
Because of the self-consistent approximation, let's say, of the problem, it seems that the double counting, but you also mentioned, comes only from the rates, how we calculate it. Yes, that the price or valuation appears, so the non-linearity, but you, yeah, that's what I call self-consistently, because the one part of the one side of the equation have the same, the other part also consists that.
That mitigates a little bit the nonlinearity, but only a little bit, because to kill completely the nonlinearity, going back to the equation here, basically you can see that you need symmetric funding rates in the treasury, which happens when you have essentially that you use the reduced borrowing scheme, basically. So it's the second one I mentioned earlier, so I have to do this marathon. Okay. So if you use this funding scheme, the reduced borrowing, these two are equal. So one source of nonlinearity goes away. Then if you have the collateral CSA with equal borrowing and lending interest, that's another source of nonlinearity that goes away. And finally, you need to assume that the closeout at default is the risk-free closeout. So when you simulate the exposure, you don't take into account any further credit effects or funding costs going forward. With these three things in place, the problem goes back to being fully linear, and that's what the banks do, to be honest. But the real procedures are not like that, and so the more you add adjustments and ignore these features, the more the risk of double counting is concrete. Some corporate clients have also complained about the valuation adjustments in the past because they find them too expensive often. I don't know if that was. Thank you. Cheers.
Okay, so you are kindly invited to this coffee break, which is served just behind of this lecture hall, and also please free to visit the exhibitions of our partners. And we start the next session in, well, 11:15 as it was announced. Thank you.
So the first presenter in this session is Wolfgang Wimmer. So Wolfgang is heading the market risk control and infrastructure team in Erste Group Bank AG in Wien, where he's been working since 1999. In his current role, so he's responsible for identifying, measuring, monitoring market risk in capital market businesses. And his presentation, Wolfgang is going to talk about monitoring of counterparty credit risk and challenges, regulatory challenges. So Wolfgang, please.
Thank you very much. So, welcome to the second presentation today. It's about the monitoring of counterparty credit risk. I will have 4 sections. The first section will be about how Erste Group manage counterparty credit risk, how Erste Bank manage the risk of OTC derivatives. Second section will cover the legal requirements we have in the group. Then I will speak shortly about the capital needs, so what capital is needed in order to capture OTC derivative business. And the last section will shortly cover the regulatory challenges in the next years. Let's start with the first section. How is the organizational setup in Erste Group? So you can see here all the entities, also in the subsidiaries. If a client wants to trade a OTC derivative, he usually contacts his bank and started to trade a OTC derivative. The market risk of this trade is usually automatically transferred to the holding. So that means there's an automatic market risk transfer. The credit risk and the counterparty credit risk stays locally. Here you can see that it is quite easy to transfer market risk from one entity to the other. But if we speak about the counterparty risk, all the relationship management and also all other information are not so easily, and you cannot transfer this risk easily to within the group. What is counterparty credit risk? So counterparty credit risk means that if a counterparty is not able to pay his obligation out of a derivative due to a default, then you have a risk and you need to look for a replacement of this derivative. So the future market value of derivatives is uncertain. It can be either positive or negative, and this is the risk the bank has. It covers not only OTC derivatives, you also have counterparty risk for securities financing transactions, like for example repos and security lending transactions. And the risk is coming from the current replacement costs on the one hand, and the second topic is the uncertainty. You don't know where the market value will move in the future. How can you steer that? On the one hand, for intraday purposes, we have the so-called mark-to-market plus add-on method. So what we do here is we know the current market value, and we add an add-on which should cover the future market value of the transaction. This add-on is usually a percentage of the notional, and it is dependent on different parameters. The advantage of this method, it is very easy, a very easy method. It is very simple to calculate. Disadvantage is that the method is not very accurate. You don't consider netting and collateral in a good way. This is the reason why we also have other methods which we can use only end of day. So coming back to the add-on, you can see here a list of different OTC derivatives. So for example, if you look in the first line, you can see interest rate products. And dependent on volatility classes, so this is dependent on the volatility of the underlying interest rate, you have different add-ons which should cover the future market value changes. So if you look in the first line, this is the line with the lowest volatility class. You have 10 different time to maturities. And if you can, for example, you can see here, if a swap with this maturity, we would calculate an add-on of 10%. Let's make an example. If you have a swap with 100 million notional, for example, it would mean that 10%, that means 10 million add-on would be calculated and would count against the limit. That means that the counterparty must have an available limit in this amount. So this is done intraday. End of day, we are running a Monte Carlo simulation. What does this mean? So on the one hand, we need historical volatilities and correlations of all the risk factors, all the involved risk factors. Then we generate scenarios. And with these scenarios, the trade is valued for future time steps. The big advantages of this methodology is that it is much more accurate. The portfolios, for portfolios of counterparties, netting and collateral can be considered correctly. The disadvantage is it is time consuming. So I brought just an example. If you speak about 15,000 trades, and if you have 1,000 scenarios and 16 time steps, you would need to calculate 240 million calculation. This becomes time consuming and also become an IT challenge, especially if we speak about more exotic products. You can see here the outcome. So this is a system we are using. It's called RiskWatch from IBM. Here you can see the different scenarios on the left side of a simple interest rate swap. So the interest rate swap is a Bayer swap where we pay 2.9%. We receive a 3-month Euribor, and we have a notional of 10,000. The maturity in that case is 8 years. So when the trader wants to trade such a trade, he first needs to calculate the intraday add-on. So the add-on based on the add-on table you see before would be 600,000. MPV plus add-on would sum up to 637,000. So that would mean on day one, when the trade is concluded, the trader must have an available limit of 637. End of day, you have then the Monte Carlo simulation running, and you can see here then, based on the confidence level, you see an exposure profile which starts close to 0, so with the market value at 37,000. It goes up to almost 640,000, and if the trade is coming closer to the maturity date, the exposure goes close to 0 again. And one more advantage you have here is that at the end of the day, the add-on is replaced by this exposure profile, and that means that the limit in that area would be available again. So the trader can use the available limit in the short term to conclude other transactions. This is a second example of a cross-currency swap. If you speak about a cross-currency swap, you usually have an initial exchange at the beginning of the trade and an exchange at the end of the trade. If the first exchange, FX exchange, is settled, usually the risk is coming from the end cash flow. That means that the FX risk is dominant compared to the interest rate risk. This is the reason why we have a different add-on for cross-currency swaps compared to simple plain vanilla interest rate swaps. You can see here this example, you would need 3,000 for a notional of 10,000. So the add-on would be 30%. After the simulation run, the mark-to-market plus add-on value would be replaced again by the exposure profile. What possibilities do we have in order to mitigate risk? So before we start trading with a counterparty, we usually make sure that netting agreements are in place. It allows us that we can offset or sum up positive and negative market values of one counterparty. Second possibility is you can ask for a collateral agreement. That means that the counterparty needs to collateralize the market value on a daily, best case on a daily basis, and this reduces the open credit risk with the counterparty. Third possibility, especially in the interbank market, is you can close derivatives with central counterparties. In Europe, we have, for example, the London Clearing House or Eurex. The collateral is not only based on market values, you also need to pay an initial margin there. And there is also an advantage from capital perspective that you have a much lower risk weight for central counterparties, and you don't need to calculate a CVA capital charge. Next possibility are break clauses. So you can, especially for long-term transactions, you can argue in the trade certain break clauses, which gives both parties the right to terminate the trade on specific dates. There are other possibilities, like, for example, certain rating triggers which you can agree with the counterparties. And of course, it's always possible to find a hedging instrument. So, for example, you can try to hedge your exposure with a credit default swap. This might be difficult for smaller companies, also for if the counterparty is a small corporate, for example, where there is no CDS market available. So at the end of this first section, I want to show you what does this risk mitigation bring us. Here you can see a portfolio of 250 trades. So this is one counterparty. The first picture shows you the exposure without any netting and collateral. It would mean if the counterparty defaults, we would lose approximately 415 million euro. Second graph shows you the impact of netting, but does not show you the impact of collateral. So it reduced the counterparty exposure at the beginning to approximately 250 million. And the third picture, you can see that due to the collateral agreement, the current counterparty credit risk reduced to close to zero, and the maximum exposure would go up to 100 million. Of course, it always depends what is the margin period for your cash collateral exchange. Now I want to continue with the section 2, the legal requirements. What is needed before we start trading with a counterparty? We need to first look to have a master agreement in place. There are different kind of master agreements. The most well-known, which we heard already in the previous presentation, is the so-called Easter Master Agreement. It's a general one which is concluded in most of the cases. But there are also some national master agreements which are used if you trade in a certain market. So for example, in Austria, we have the Austrian Master Agreement, and there's also a German Master Agreement based on the German law. Every trade is then based on the product definition linked to this master agreement. And if certain conditions are met, we can use these master agreements in order to reduce also our capital. You can see on the left side what is needed. So you need a legal opinion for the transaction, but also for the counterparty and for the country. And there must be no material changes in the contract compared to the general master agreement. If this is the case, then we allow this risk mitigation. We are allowed to use it also for capital reduction purposes. I can show you here another example. In case of a missing master agreement or a master agreement which cannot be used due to legal problems, you can see on the picture above three transactions, two interest rate swap and a credit default swap. First one has a market value of 2 million, where client counterparty A must pay to counterparty B. And for the two other transactions, we have a total market value of 4 million. In case there is no legally enforceable master agreement in place, if counterparty A becomes default, it would mean that he would not pay the interest rate swap, but counterparty B would need to pay the market value of the two remaining transactions. Second chart shows you what happens in case a master agreement is in place, which is legally enforceable. Then it is ensured that you can net the market values of the transactions, and at the end you have to pay, party B has to pay only 2 million euro. So this is a requirement, a very important requirement in order to reduce your counterparty credit risk if you have more than one OTC derivative in place with a specific counterparty. If you trade OTC derivatives, what is the impact on the capital? So the well-known capital charge for derivative transaction is defined in Article 274 of the CRR. We are using this mark-to-market method, which means that you always need to consider the market value of the transaction, and you also have in the CRR an add-on table which you can see here. This add-on table is not very granular. As you can see here, for interest rate products you have only 3 different categories. For an interest rate swap where the maturity is less than a year, there is no additional add-on considered. For interest rate swap with maturities between 1 and 5 years, you have an add-on factor of 0.5%, and over 5 years the add-on is 1.5%. The same you have for the other asset classes, for FX contracts, and also for all the other asset classes. So what we do here is you take, for example, an interest rate swap with a financial institution. You look on the notional. In that case, I used 100 million. You look on the maturity, which is 4 years in that case, and you need to look on the current market value, which is 1.5 million at that point in time. And you need to know your risk weight. With these parameters, you can calculate the capital charge. You take the market value, you take the notional, you multiply the notional with the add-on factor based on the CRR, and then you have your overall exposure at default based on the CRR Article 274. If you now take this exposure at default and multiply it with the risk weight of the counterparty, you get the risk-weighted asset figure. In that case, it would be 370,000. And then you need to multiply this number by 8%, and then you get the capital charge for counterparty credit risk. So for this swap, you would need to have 29,600 capital. And dependent on the return on equity a bank wants to achieve, you can easily calculate the add-on you need to charge if you trade this swap with a counterparty. In the current regulation, it is also allowed to use netting. How is this done? It's a very simplified netting formula, which is based on the add-ons we saw before. So what does this formula mean? You take 40% of the add-on, which you calculated on a single transaction basis, and then you take 60% of the remaining add-on and multiply it with the net cross ratio. This is done, this net cross ratio is done by calculating all positive market values, and then the sum of the market value is divided by the sum of all positive market values, so that you see how much the single transaction of a netting set can net with each other. Here you can see now the example. I took again one financial institution counterparty where we have 574 trades. The sum of the overall market values is 37 million. The received collateral is 30 million. The sum of all positive market values is 348 million. So first thing is you can now calculate the net cross ratio. You compare the total sum of market values with the market with only the positive market values. You can see that you get a figure of 10.6%. And this would mean that you take then 40% of the add-on plus 60% multiplied by 10.6% of the remaining add-on, which gives you an overall add-on of 68 million. So based on this netting formula, the add-on exposure can be reduced from 146 million to 68 million. And the exposure at default before considering of collateral is the market value plus the reduced add-on is 105 million. And if you now deduct the collateral which we received from the exposure at default, the exposure at default after collateral is 75 million. Then again the same calculation can be done as before. You calculate the exposure at default, multiply it with the risk weight of the counterparty and receive your risk-weighted assets for this netting set. And in order, if you multiply the risk-weighted assets by 8%, you receive the capital you need, the bank need, in order to make this transaction. This was the first part of the capital charge. The second part is the so-called credit value adjustment. As we heard in the first presentation, during the financial crisis, 2/3 of losses came from valuation adjustments based on CVA. Therefore, with Basel III, a second capital charge was introduced. Beside the counterparty credit risk charge, this is the so-called CVA charge. The CVA charge must be calculated for all OTC derivative instruments and for all securities financing transactions. And we are using the standardized approach according to Article 374 CRR. You can see here the formula. So basically you would need to know the risk weight again, the maturity of the netting set, and of course, if you have hedges, single name hedges or portfolio hedges, this can be considered. What I can say is that due to this capital charge, the overall capital charge more than doubled after implementation of this CVA capital charge. Coming now to the third section 4, the CVA framework, which we are using in Erste Group. So the basic principle of CVA framework is the so-called OAS setup. We are using a risk-free interest curve based on OAS. The assumption we have there is that we have a collateral agreement with the counterparty with a zero threshold, which means that all the market values must be offset by collaterals, and zero minimum transfer amount. The topic you have that is for many agreements the master agreement is not perfect. So it might be that you receive collaterals not only in euro cash, but also sometimes you receive bonds or collateral in other currencies. Sometimes one-way CSA are in place where only one party has to pay collateral in case of market value changes. And of course, there might be the possibility that you don't have a daily margining of the collateral and not a zero threshold or a zero minimum transfer amount. For calculating the CVA, you have different input parameters. So you have the exposure at default, you need to know the PD and the LGD, which you then can assume under the expected loss. For exposure at default, we have different kind of models in place. On the one hand, we have a so-called EPE shaping approach, where we try to model the exposure of a swap dependent on the parameters. We have analytic modeling, where we use market transactions options to calculate the future exposure profile of the trade. And there is a fully modeled exposure modeling, including netting and collateraling in place. For the PD, the challenge is that for many counterparties, especially in the corporate area, there are no market PDs in place. That means you can either think on a mapping where you map corporates to other corporates or to baskets which with a similar rating and a similar industry. Or you use your internal rating method in order to map the internal rating to external ratings. So this would be the usage of proxies. And of course, you need to have a LGD estimation for the counterparty as well. These are the parameters which you need to know in order to calculate the CVA. Last slide on this section is an overview how the things changed in the past. With Basel II, you had mainly the capital charge for default risk of the counterparty. With Basel III, I mentioned that capital charge for CVA was introduced. On the accounting side, CVA and DVA became market standard. We heard in the previous presentation the topic about the FVA, the funding value adjustment. There is no clear market standard. Some counterparties or some banks cover FVA under IFRS. Others just cover it in the prudent valuation calculation. For the pricing, all these parameters must be known in order to have a fair value of the derivatives for conclusion of all OTC trades. What are the regulatory challenges? So there will be a lot of changes in the next years. At the moment, we have different methodologies in place for calculation of counterparty credit risk. You have the very simple original exposure method. You have the current exposure method, which I explained before. You have the standardized method, and you have an internal model. So there are 4 different methodologies how you can calculate your capital charge, and the aim is to have a new standard, the standardized approach for counterparty credit risk, which will come into place in the next years. Originally, Basel proposed that this capital charge shall come into place already beginning of 2017. Since there is a change in the CR necessary, which didn't take place so far, the chances are very unlikely that it really comes beginning of 2017. So the industry thinks that it will not come before 2018 or even later together with the FRTP. So the new approach compared to the old one, you can see here a comparison. On the left side is the current exposure method, which we discussed in my presentation before, which is based on a market value plus an add-on. In the new environment, the new standardized approach for counterparty credit risk, much more information is needed, which is also a challenge to the IT infrastructure in many banks, because you need a lot of information from different systems. First of all, you need a market value. You need a collateral amount with all the details from the collateral agreement. So you need to know the threshold amount and also the minimum transfer amount. And all these parameters are then going into the calculation for the counterparty credit risk capital charge. You also need sensitivities coming usually from the trading system, and these sensitivities are then used for the capital charge calculation. In addition to the capital charge calculation for counterparty credit risk, there is also a planned change on the CVA capital charge. There are two possibilities. Either you are in the FRTB CVA framework, which would mean that you need an internal model for counterparty credit risk. You would need to have a dedicated CVA risk management function available. And you would also need to have a methodology for dealing with illiquid counterparties. So this is the framework, the FRTB framework. If you are not able to implement this, there is still the basic CVA framework, which is comparable to the CVA capital charge I explained before. What will change here is that the risk weights will become higher. You can see on the left side the risk weights of the current CVA calculation. So depending on the rating on the left side, you have a risk weight between 0.7% and 10%. In the new proposal on the right side, you can see that the risk weight goes up to 41%. So that means that the capital charge for OTC derivatives will increase. You still have the possibility to trade with clearing houses in the future. This is also one of the aims, that more and more trades shall be concluded with clearing houses, because then they are exempted from the CVA capital charge. That means if you have a OTC derivative with a clearing house, no CVA capital charge is needed. Okay, thank you very much for listening. I will end my presentation with the usual disclaimer, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions, comments? Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Homoya from Moa Group, and my question would be that could you give us some insight or some feeling that how your trades has been changed since the crisis? So if you compare the collateralization amount or collateralization ratio of your trades before the crisis and now, because you are dealing in the Central European market and special market, could you give us some feeling about that?
So what we saw since the crisis in 2008-9, a lot more of collateral agreements are in place. So the number increased on the one hand, but on the other hand, also the details of the contracts differ now. In the past, there was quite flexibility in the contract, so a counterparty would be able to provide different kind of collateral, all different currencies, different bonds, for example. This is now much different, so you rather reduce the number of possibilities in the contract. For example, you accept only Euro cash in order to mitigate the risk as much as possible. In addition, more and more trades are concluded with the central counterparty, and the main reason for that is that you also can reduce your capital needs. As I mentioned before, if you trade with a central counterparty, the risk weight is reduced from the risk weight of the counterparty to 2% under certain conditions. And in addition, you don't have any CVA charge. That makes the transactions cheaper. And this was the second topic we saw after the financial crisis.
Any other questions, comments?
A quick question about your add-on charges. You showed us the table depending on maturity and product type. What is the add-on charge percentage? Can you explain, how those are determined, and also whether they change, right, over time, or as you discover more risks in the market? Has that table been static or has it been changing?
So I go back to the slides, then it's easier to explain. If you look on the interest rate swap, you have on the left side the scenarios, and these scenarios change due to the volatility in the market. So this table is of course updated on a regular basis, and it would mean that then the internal simulation would produce different numbers. And what we look here, for example, for the interest rate swap, if you see that in your simulation, the maximum value is, in that case, 637,000, we must ensure that if a trader's concluded trade does not exceed this amount. So it would mean if we see that the add-ons which we use intraday are lower than the result we see end of day, we would adjust the table itself. Another possibility is to just add different risk factors to different volatility classes. So that, for example, if you see that a certain market become more volatile, that you change it from volatility class 1 to volatility class 2.
Yeah, another question.
So my question is related to what's happening around Brexit and how the role of Frankfurt's trading might increase due to that. Might or might not. But you mentioned that there is the ISDA agreement, which is based on the English law, and there is German law master agreement. Are there any major differences between them which might influence trading if the move of many trades to Frankfurt happen in the future?
So regarding your first question, Brexit, I think the monitoring is done on a daily basis. So what we are looking is that all the contracts we have in place, that they are really correctly monitored. That means if you have a counterparty where you see that the market values have an amount of, let's assume 200 million, you look in your daily collateral monitoring that the market value is fully collateralized, if it is possible based on the agreement. So that means this is the first check, that you really see that all the exposure you have with the counterparty is collateralized as good as possible. Second possibility you look is how can the market values change over a certain period in time. So you can simulate your portfolio, what can change in a market crisis, what can change on the values of a certain counterparties, and there you can make simulations for 5 days, 10 days, 20 days, assuming that you don't get any collateral in that period of time. And this is a job which is done on a regular daily basis, and in events like Brexit it is even more important, because then you expect a big market volatility, and you need to ensure that all the contracts are and all the processes are done as good as possible, so that you avoid additional risks there. This was the first questions, and the second question regarding contracts. You said you believe that the business is moved to Frankfurt, if I understand correctly. So the majority of the agreements are anyway based on ISDAR. This is the general framework that we are using. Austrian or German master agreements is rather the exception, I would say. So I don't expect any big changes there. And the general trend is that you trade more and more interbank derivatives with a clearinghouse anyway. You have one clearinghouse in London, the London clearinghouse, and you have one in the Eurex clearinghouse. These are the main clearinghouses where the transactions are settled.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice presentation. And now we have a very short technical break, so 3 minutes until we just change the laptops, and we will continue. So please stay at your seats. Okay. Okay, so let's continue. So our second presenter in this session is going to be Sven Sandow. Sven is a managing director in Morgan Stanley in New York, and he's the global head of credit risk methodology. So in current role, he is responsible for every methodology, all the methodologies in the credit space. And actually, Sven has a quant team in Budapest, the Budapest office, with around 20 people. So Sven is going to talk about counterparty risk and bank capital. So please.
Okay, thank you, Gabor. Good afternoon, everyone. Glad to be here. So my presentation is maybe the first one today that is not about models. It is about how models are used, in particular about... Yes, better? Better? Okay, sorry about that. So it's about a particular application of counterparty risk models in the capital space. So which is one of the reasons why these models are so important for the bank, for the economics of the bank. Okay, I start with some very basics about what bank capital is, just one slide. Many of you probably know already. And then I talk about different approaches of how to quantify capital, counterparty risk capital, for bank, in particular about the Basel approach and about scenario-based approaches. Both of these approaches are very commonly used in the industry, and they are in some sense complementary. And then I conclude with some recent regulatory developments. Okay? By the way, can you hear me better? It's okay, yeah? Okay, good. All right, so bank capital, right? So this is a very simple picture. It's a balance sheet of a bank. So equity holders, let's say they have $1. What do they do with the dollar? They borrow another $9, let's say. These are the liabilities. And then they take the total and buy assets with that, right? So that's how a bank essentially works, or other industries as well. And so what is capital? Capital is essentially the equity piece. There are a lot of subtleties around the different forms of capital, but the purest form of capital is just the equity. So why is it important? Well, it protects debt holders. So one way of looking at it is the following. So suppose assets lose in value for whatever reason, and if the assets lose in value more than this equity piece, then the bank won't have enough money to pay the liabilities back, right? So debt holders would lose money. So in some sense, or one of the roles of capital is to protect debt holders and counterparties from loss. So that's why equity is important, obviously, for the bank and the debt holders. It's also systemically important. For a regulator, such as the Federal Reserve, they look at the banking system as a whole, and the question of how banks are capitalized is a very important one, because if banks are undercapitalized, if that piece is too small, then the whole financial system becomes unstable, right? Or at least is exposed to a lot of risk. So that's why there's a lot of regulatory focus on equity or capital, whatever you want to call it. So how does that link to counterparty risk? Well, if a counterparty defaults, then the assets will lose value, and you eat into your capital cushion, right? So if you keep that in mind, then a bank that trades needs to make sure they have enough capital to cover their counterparty credit risk. Okay? And in order to do that, well, you need to quantify that. So that's where all these models you're talking about today come in. Okay. So what are the approaches for quantifying the capital you need for counterparty risk? So fundamentally, there are two prevalent ways of looking at that. One is the Basel approach, and the other one is the scenario-based approach. Let me start with the Basel approach. So what you do there is it's given by a formula, which is the capital you need for counterparty risk, is the computed exposure, counterparty exposure, times the risk rate plus CVA capital. The risk rate depends on probability of default and loss given default. I don't want to discuss the details here. It doesn't depend on the exposure. It's given by a formula which is a result of a single factor, asymptotic single factor model, the Wasilewski model. It's a very simple formula. What is not simple is the exposure calculation, the CVA capital, which also depends on the exposure. So how is this exposure measured? So under the Basel rules, there's a standardized approach, which is just, you look at the notional and the market value. And the more interesting approach that most large banks use is the advanced approach. And what you do there, and that's something most of you are probably familiar with, if you have a counterparty or you have a set of trades with your counterparty, then you simulate the value of those trades going forward. So at each point of time, you simulate, let's say, 1,000 scenarios or 10,000 scenarios. And then at each point of time, you compute the expected positive exposure, meaning you take the positive part of the probability distribution and the expected value of that positive part. So that gives you exposure at each point of time, and then this is compressed into a single value with a couple of steps I don't want to go into. So at the higher level, in order to do that, you need sophisticated models, right? So you need to be able to create scenarios, reasonable scenarios for the simulation. You need to be able to price all your trades under each scenario at each point of time. And so it becomes very, very complex and actually computationally expensive. And usually in a practical implementation, Usually you cannot use the front office pricing models because they are too slow. You have to have the shortcut models, and you have to monitor them and make sure they are in line with the front office models. And of course, you need a pretty elaborate infrastructure. I mean, for one thing, you need to make sure that you see all your trades, right? So if you look at the large complex banks that trades in all kinds of business, equity, interest rate, FX, etc., then and these trades are very different in their nature. So you need to make sure you have systems that feed all these trades into the calculation, all the trade characteristics into the calculation, that you have pricing models for all those trades, and then you put it all together, right? So you need this machinery. So that is the Basel approach to counterparty credit risk capitalization. It's intuitive, it makes a lot of sense. However, there are some limitations. One limitation is you don't always capture sudden extreme price jumps for collateralized trades, because for collateralized trades, you assume that every 10 days or 20 days, depending on the situation, you true up your collateral, right? If the price drifts, there will be a collateral call, and the collateral is posted. However, if you have, let's say within a day or two, an extreme price jump, then you have collateral gaps opening, and most of these simulations actually don't recapture that risk. So I get to that on the next slide. So, and another limitation is the results are not always easy to interpret, right? So, for example, one thing that we are always interested in from a practical perspective is look at your exposure from one day to another, the exposure change. So why did it change? Is it a market move? Is it a new trade? Is it a set of trades? It actually becomes quite a complex exercise to disentangle that and figure out why it moved. It's doable, but actually quite difficult. Okay, so these are some limitations. That take me to the next slide, scenario-based approach. So in the scenario-based approach, you don't simulate a large number of scenarios and do some expectations. What you do is you pick a few scenarios, maybe one, maybe two, maybe a handful, maybe a few more, but not too many. And then you construct these scenarios around your intuition. You ask the question, what can actually happen? So what can happen in the tail of your distribution? So you ask about unlikely events, but that are yet plausible. Unlikely but plausible events. And as to what can happen? And you think about the actual economics. It's a housing price US collapse, as a result some banks default, etc. You think about chains like that in a way that you can easily interpret, and then you take it from there. And so you look at each of those scenarios and compute what is the counterparty loss under each scenario, and that can tell you something, or that does tell you something about the capital you need to have for counterparty credit risk. So the steps you would take to calculate that is, well, first you recalculate your exposure on the stress scenario. It wouldn't be in this case a Monte Carlo simulation because you have just one scenario, but you need to make sure that actually and it's usually an extreme scenario. But you have to make sure that your pricing models actually work accurately in the tail, which is often a challenge because pricing models are designed mostly for your, let's say, call it normal circumstances. But now you're looking at extreme events, you have to check that your pricing models still work there. Otherwise, your exposure is pretty useless, or your exposure number is pretty useless. Then you recalculate default probabilities and loss given default under stress scenarios. So you also need models for doing that. It's not counterparty modeling, but it's risk modeling. So you have to figure out what's the probability default if the economy undergoes certain kind of deterioration, a certain scenario. And then you multiply that and get an expected loss. Here too, you need sophisticated models, and you also need an infrastructure the same as for the Basel approach. Because again, you want to make sure you see all your trades, right? Then limitations here. Well, they're pretty obvious, right? No single scenarios can capture all risk. So there's all kinds of things that can happen in the world if you construct a handful of scenarios. Well, I'm sure there are another 10 or 20 or 30 scenarios that actually may happen that you don't capture, right? So this is definitely a limitation of the approach. Of course, you don't have the other limitation, the Basel approach. that you can't interpret it anymore because the scenarios you're actually looking at, you do understand them because they're constructed that way. Yeah? So it's basically intuitiveness versus completeness. And in line with that, scenario design is also a challenge. What are scenarios that can actually hurt your bank? Which scenarios are plausible? And which scenarios do you want to look at in order to get a sense for how much capital you need? So these two approaches are the Basel approach or simulation approach, whatever you want to call it, and the scenario-based approach. I view them as complementary. Both of these approaches provide very useful information. None of them provides you everything you might want to know. Okay? Let me talk a little bit about recent regulatory developments. So let me start with the current regime in the US for large banks. So there are it's a three-pronged approach. There is the advanced standardized Basel approach. So the advanced Basel approach, that's the one I mentioned earlier. You have your simulation, you have your complex models, and you get a risk measure that is risk-based. So you got a capital, you compute the capital based on the risk you're actually running. This is complemented with a standardized approach in the leverage ratio. These measures are completely, they're not dependent on the risk at all. So this serves as a kind of a backstop. People argue whether it's meaningful or not, but you have the advantage you have is you have no model risk. If you suppose your models are all wrong, you just look at your notional, you still get some sense as a complementary measure. And then you have in the US CCAR, Comprehensive Capital and Adequacy Review, and this is essentially a scenario-based approach with some Basel things mixed in, but essentially a scenario-based approach. So the current regime, you have the scenario-based approach, you have the advanced Basel approach, and you have just a non-risk sensitive approach, a leverage ratio as a backstop. So that's the current regime. So what are the recent developments in that space? So first, the most important things in the US is the regulators are increasingly focused on the scenario-based approach. So they're building out CCAR. The expectations that banks have to meet to run CCAR are getting higher every year in terms of the qualitative criteria, the infrastructure, the quality of the work. Also, the quantitative requirements increase as well, so which makes this constraint more important relative to the others. The Basel Committee is working also on a new set of rules. They've been doing that for the last couple of years. Some people refer to it as Basel IV. In the industry, mostly regulators don't. But it's a new set of rules that cover credit, market, and operational risk. So there's a lot of complexity there. But I think one theme that's emerging, there's a little bit more focus on standardized approaches versus modeled approaches. The modeled approaches won't go away completely, but the standardized approach gain importance versus the modeled approaches. So that is a general trend there. In particular for counterparty risk, the latest proposals imply that there's a standardized exposure floor for counterparty risk. So you have to compute it. If you compute the advanced credit exposure, then you have to floor that number by a standardized approach. Okay? And one other important thing that's going on in the industry relating to counterparty risk are the initial margin requirements for bilateral trades. So in the US, they went live in September this year. And according to those requirements, banks have to post and receive high initial margin for all collateralized trades. And that has some implication about how we have to measure counterparty in the future. Because if you have a large initial margin, then your simulations, or the way we look at counterparty under the Basel, counterparty risk under the Basel approach, will give you an exposure that is almost zero, very, very small, right? So the first order exposure that we calculate on the Basel, and that's very relevant if there's not that much collateral, is almost zero. So you start thinking about, hey, what's the next order? What's the next effect, right? And that is exactly that thing that that I mentioned earlier. It is the risk that you have a collateral gap opening. It's the risk that, let's say, between one day and another, very quickly, the economy shifts massively. There's a large market move, and your counterparty doesn't have time to post collateral that quickly because it can take a day or two or three. And then you have this sudden gap, you have this sudden exposure, and if at that time frame counterparty defaults, you actually have an exposure that you don't see in your traditional Basel calculation. So we're talking about pretty rare events here, but these events are possible, and the scenario-based approaches are actually focused on that type of event. The Basel approach is not. So these rule changes will have an impact how we think and how we as banks and the regulators think about counterparty risk. So these are some of the latest trends. So there's a lot going on in that space, and a lot of rethinking being done. Okay. Any questions?
Do you have any questions, comments? Okay.
I'm just wondering that, do you know anything about the plan that there will be some regulatory requirements for the capital valuation adjustment, which
So you asked about the CVA capital requirements? Yeah, so under Basel III, currently, and I don't think they will go away conceptually. Let's talk about it, Basel III, that's the CVA capital, right? So the current Basel III requirements under the advanced approach are such that you have to look at your CVA sensitivity to spread moves, and then once you have the sensitivity, you treat it sort of like a bond and throw it into your market risk VaR machinery. And the result of that is that, well, you get a CVA capital requirement, it's a CVA VaR. So that's the current approach under Basel III. There is a new proposal out there that changes that a little bit. It will, well, there was a proposal, then it was changed again, so I don't know where it ends up. But according to that proposal, it will be a little bit simplified, the calculation will be based on just the sensitivity and not the VaR simulation anymore. And it will also include other risks, not just the spread risk, but also market risk, let's say risk or the sensitivity to interest rates, etc. So these are some changes going on, but the idea is the same, right? You view CVA as an exposure that is market sensitive or sensitive to market factors, and throw it into your VaR machinery, or some shortcut for that, right? So that's under the Basel approach. Under the scenario-based approach, for example, under CCAR, banks are given market price shocks by the regulators. They also have to design their own shocks, and then you apply these market price shocks to your CVA, and as a result of that, your CVA will increase, and that will be effectively a capital requirement. So it's captured under both of those approaches, the Basel and the scenario-based approaches. Yeah. So it's obviously a sizable piece in most cases. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Or yeah. Okay. Okay.
Any other questions, comments? If not, thank you for the presentation. Yep.
Yes, thank you. And this means the end of this morning session. And we shall resume the meeting at 2 p.m. So you have some time for having a lunch. You find some nearby places indicated on the map of your conference booklet. So please have a little bit of rest, but do come back. We have some exciting talks as well in the afternoon. And there's a technical point I would like to ask the organizers and our speakers to stay here for a moment for a short meeting. Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to start the afternoon session. So if you could please take your seats, that would be very good.
So welcome to the afternoon session. I hope that you had a very nice lunch and you are prepared for the talks. Our next speaker is Stéphane Crépey from France. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So my talk is entitled XVA Analysis from the Balance Sheet. And the general idea is to put all these VAs into a balance sheet perspective to understand from an economical point of view which of the VAs deserve to be part of entry prices or not, which of the VAs deserve to be reported or not, these kind of things. And given especially previous talks that you had earlier today, my emphasis will be on KVA, which means, as K does not suggest really, capital valuation adjustment. And the reason why capital valuation adjustment is KVA is simply because the letter C was already taken by Damien O since a few years for credit valuation adjustment, right? And then the name KVA comes, I think, from earlier capital valuation adjustment papers by Green and Kenyon. And apart from my own paper with Claudio Albanese and Simone Canazzo about that, there are a few KVA papers by Green and Kenyon and also Youssef El-Werkawi. So most of them appeared in Risk Magazine, actually. But we have some longer paper on Archive and SSRN. So, I mean, these slides are more mini lecture, right? So I will focus on, first of all, giving a kind of XVA summary. And then I will focus about KVA. Thank you very much. Okay. So all these VAs are rooted in counterparty credit risk and the implications of this risk in terms of capital and funding. So the first of them is CVA, credit valuation adjustment, which is a value that you lose due to the defaultability of your counterparties. And then comes the DVA, debit valuation adjustment, which is the value that your counterparties lose due to your own defaultability, which makes it the symmetric companion of the CVA. And then the DVA debate was about knowing whether the value that others lose because of you, is it really value that you gain or not? Then came the issue of the FVA, which is a funding valuation adjustment, which is a cost of funding variation and initial margin. So on this slide, to make it one less VA, FVA and MVA are merged as simply FVA, right? And then the FVA rose another issue, since saying that cost of funding should be reflected into entry prices seems to be a violation of the Modigliani-Miller theorem, which is saying that in principle, the way you fund a business should not affect the value of your business, which was this 2013 FVA debate. So one interesting contribution to this debate was the introduction by Hull of what he called the DVA2, meaning that if you have to pay for raising funds for borrowing for collateral, like, the reason is that you are risky, and if you default, you will not reimburse your funding debt, right? So this funding benefit that you make at your own default time is called DVA2, right? And then the last VA is cost of capital, KVA, which, at least in our work, we view as a price for a bank of having to reserve capital at risk. And this is the ongoing KVA debate, right? So the less settled of all is KVA, since there is no consensus as of today about how it should be understood and managed. So let's collect all our VAs. So accounting for all of them would make a total adjustment to the amount of CVA minus DVA plus FVA minus DVA2 plus maybe KVA, right? Now, what happens is that the cost of funding has the same value as its benefit that you make because you don't reimburse your funding debt, right? So this FVA and DVA2 that Earl introduced have the same value, right? So if you account for that cancellation, you are left with CVA minus DVA. I'm ignoring KVA at that moment, okay? And this CVA minus DVA yields the symmetrical adjustment between two counterparties. Now the thing is that contra liabilities, that is DVA and DVA2, are pricing cash flows which are received by the bank at its default time or during its default resolution period, which is at the moment in time where these cash flows only benefit the creditors of the bank by increasing the realized recovery rate of the bank. Right? And there is no way a bank can monetize these cash flows earlier in time because a bank cannot hedge its own default, right? That's simply not possible. A bank is an intrinsically leveraged entity, right? So for that reason, the contra liabilities like DVA and DVA2 only benefit creditors, and as a consequence, they should not be reflected in entry prices, which are decided by shareholders. Right? So instead of saying that FVA and DVA2 equate in value and cancel out, which would make a total adjustment of CVA minus DVA, the right view is to say that contra liabilities should not be reflected into entry prices, and therefore we should simply ignore these two VAs, and we are left with CVA plus FVA. So that's where we are. Okay. However, just like you cannot replicate your own default, you cannot replicate the losses that you make due to the default of your counterparties either. That's because we don't have sufficiently liquid CDS markets so that you could do that, right? Meaning that there will be residual risk, residual counterparty credit risk that you cannot hedge. And since you cannot hedge, you need to reserve capital, meaning shareholders have to put capital at risk. And for that, they want remuneration at some hurdle rate, like say 10%. And this is our view on KVA, the cost of remunerating shareholders for the capital that they have to put at risk to deal with counterparty default losses that cannot be hedged. Right? And then you end up with a total adjustment called FTP, like funds transfer price, which is an add-on to the value of a deal to account for counterparty risk and its funding and capital implications, which amounts to CVA plus FVA plus KVA, which is our final counterparty risk add-on formula. And then this is interesting because Modigliani Miller would say, at least, I mean, the fair valuation of counterparty credit risk would be this difference, whereas we are saying that the add-on that needs to be priced in a transaction to account for counterparty risk is instead CVA plus FVA plus KVA, which means we are departing from the Modigliani-Miller theorem here. But of course, this theorem is a theorem, it's not an axiom. And if you look at the conclusion of Modigliani-Miller's paper, 1958, they emphasize that the assumptions that they make in their paper are very strong, and that it could be interesting to relax some of them. And of course, there has been a huge stream of financial economics literature about what happens if this or that assumption is released. So what happens in the case of interest for us here is that there are basically two main assumptions in Money-Glynny-Miller. One is conservation of wealth as a whole, meaning all cash flows are exchanged between economic agents that are in the scope of the model. And this holds true in our setup, and that's why in our setup it is perfectly true that the fair valuation of counterparty credit risk should be this difference CVA minus DVA. Right? However, the assumption that we relax, that we don't keep, is that counterparty credit risk markets would be complete. Instead, we assume there are some trading constraints. Some trades are not possible. And the one that matters is the trade by which a bank could potentially hedge its own default, which is a trade through which a bank redeems its own debt. And since this cannot be done in practice, as a consequence, the conclusion of the part of the Money-Glynny-Miller theorem saying that the way a project is financed is immaterial in the value of the project, this part collapses. Right? So in the case of a bank, which is intrinsically leveraged, which cannot replicate its own default, the interests of the shareholders and the creditors are simply not aligned to each other. And since entry prices should make shareholders at least indifferent in the trade, right? This prevails, and that's why entry prices or entry price add-ons will be given by this unfair valuation FTP, which is just fair to shareholders, but not fair to the bank as a whole, and not the fair valuation that would be CVA minus DVA. So this is a quick summary of our view on the relevance of the different VAs in entry prices. Right? And again, one still mysterious beast is this KVA, and the rest of my talk will be about that one, purely. So I need to go back to this slide. And let us ask ourselves, before coming to formulas, etc., what is the nature of the KVA? So what does it mean? Okay. So the way we do it in that paper, we view it as a cost of capital. So KVA would be a cost that is sourced from the client at every new deal, put in some retained earnings account, and be gradually distributed to the bank shareholders through a dividend policy which would be sustainable even in the limit case of a portfolio held on a run-off basis, meaning with no new trades ever entered in the future. So what we have in scope here is this kind of Ponzi scheme, which is a picture from the crisis where you see the exponential increase of the volume of issued notionals of derivatives around the years 2007, 2008, which are here. Okay. So this pale green is for credit derivatives, and orange is for the total level of derivatives. And what happens here is that, at least one way to interpret it, is that once a product has been issued, like a swap, which has a 30 years maturity, since there is no mechanism to incentivize bank managers to retain earnings through time, so profits are just distributed right away to shareholders, and when the next year comes, right, and shareholders need to be remunerated again, the only way to do it is to issue a new swap, right? Which makes a Ponzi scheme where more and more products are issued just to fund the previous products. So what we want to do with KVA is exactly avoid these kind of things and to devise a sustainable dividend scheme where instead of distributing day one profit to shareholders right away, we keep it in an account and we distribute it gradually in time, so that every point in time, in every scenario, on average, between today and tomorrow, say, shareholders get, let us say, 10% of their capital at risk at this very day. So this is the inspiration for that work, and that's what we would call KVA. So there is kind of common agreement that the KVA should be something like some hurdle rate H multiplied by some expectation of integrated capital at time t dt. So H is hurdle rate, something that economists estimate between 6% and 13%. There is a big financial economics literature about hurdle rates. E is expectation, or perhaps average, meaning there is an issue of P versus Q here. CT is capital at risk at the future time t and in the scenario omega. So that would be the kind of formula that we have in mind. So if that should be the formula, why do we need to talk more about KVA? Because depending on the nature of KVA, this quantity needs to be reported or not. I mean, one thing is charging it to the client as an add-on. Another thing is putting it or not in the balance sheet. So depending on the economic nature of that quantity, we should put it or not in the balance sheet. And this is a very important practical issue. Another thing is that about this formula itself, there is still room for a factor of 30% to 300%, which is a factor 10, depending on the detailed specification of the formula. Should we understand P or Q in the expectation? What about discounting? I didn't put any here, but there should be some discounting, of course. So which discount rate? Which hurdle rate? Which ETH? How do we understand capital in this formula? Do we have in mind regulatory capital or economic capital? Economic capital meaning some risk measure of some future P&L. What about model risk and its impact on this number? So all are very delicate and material issues about the value of this yellow tentative formula. So what is the nature of the KVA in the first place? If we say it's a price because we want to charge it to the client, is it a price in the sense of the cost of replication of some cash flows? So is this HCTDT, would that be a cash flow? So would that be the dividend stream flowing to the shareholders? So CT is capital earmarked to absorb exceptional unhedged losses. Right? HCTDT being dividends is not very convincing because dividends by nature should be random, meaning that they should have a martingale component, not only DT. Right? In addition, if we say that KVA would be the cost of replicating these cash flows, what would be the hedging assets? Okay, so this view of HCTDT as cash flow and as KVA of cost of replicating these cash flows is definitely not very convincing. Okay? So perhaps KVA would be the price in the sense of no arbitrage valuation of some cash flows, modulo some hedging error. But what would we then be doing about KVA unhedged losses, where unhedged losses in general are precisely meant to be covered by economic capital, the cost of which is KVA. So even the view that KVA would be the no arbitrage valuation of related cash flows is a bit problematic. It leaves some open issues. So the way we see it is that KVA is a price in the sense of a risk premium. And the risk that deserves a premium is the fact that counterparty default losses cannot be replicated. And then, instead of viewing this HCTDT as dividend stream, that we will view it as average dividend stream. That is, KVA cash flows should be random because it's dividends, but instantaneous average at time t, between t and dt, of KVA cash flow should be this HCTDT, meaning we are now considering an equation a notion of KVA such that that would be shareholders' returns, and the average shareholder return, instantaneous at MT, would be some risk aversion, like 10%, times the amount at risk, which is shareholders' capital at risk. And viewing things this way puts us in a perspective of efficient frontier or Markowitz kind of world, in a situation of derivative portfolio optimization for a bank in incomplete derivative markets. So a well-thought KVA in this way puts the bank on the efficient and also prudent, for reasons we'll see later, frontier. So we want to stick to this vision of KVA as a risk premium and devise in such a way that the average next DKVA cash flow should be proportional to the risk, modulo some risk aversion H. So that's how we want to design our KVA. And by the way, there are precedents in this direction, and the precedent is Solvency II. So the notion of risk margins in solvency, so for insurance, is exactly based on this kind of ideas, that is, fact that capital at risk deserves a proportional remuneration. Okay. So insurers are very familiar with dealing with financial risk at the portfolio level on a risk margin basis, as opposed to the banking tradition of hedging in a complete market mindset, kind of Black-Scholes mindset. So let's learn from Solvency II in this case. So then, of course, we could ask ourselves, is a bank entitled to take this view and to implement a KVA approach which would be inspired from the insurance regulation? And our answer is that even under the current banking regulatory environment, it is indeed possible for a bank to decide to implement a cost of capital KVA strategy on a voluntary basis as a way to implement a more sustainable dividend distribution policy. The next question is, if the banking KVA should just be the banking analog of Solvency II risk margins, why do we need to talk more about it? The thing is that the situation of banks is much more complicated than the case of insurance. Insurance have a lot of liquidity. Insurers have only one VA-like metrics, which is risk margins. That is their version of the KVA. In the case of banks, the KVA metrics is intertwined with economic capital. Namely, the fact that there is capital that needs to be put at risk gives a source of funding, because nothing prevents a bank from using economic capital as variation margin. And therefore, if you account for the possibility for a bank to use economic capital as a source of funding, you realize that the FVA of a bank is much smaller than it seemed to be. So these two curves on the right panel are showing us basically the CDS curve of a bank, which in principle should correspond to the term structure of the costs for the bank of borrowing to raise variation margin. Okay. If, however, the bank, we account for the fact that the bank can use its economic capital in the first place to fund the margins, then we realize that the effective or blended funding spread of the bank is given by this orange curve, which sits like a factor 3 below the other one, right? So we don't want to ignore that. I mean, it's very material numerically, right? So we don't want to ignore this intertwining of funding and KVA, and this is specific to banks. So that's a novelty with respect to insurance. And as we will see, we really, bring some novelties with respect to the standard solvency view on the topic. So now that we agreed that this KVA should be devised as a risk premium, what should be the exact formula for it. And this is the exact question in the first place. The question is, what should be the size of a KVA account, so a banking account, ending up at 0 at the final maturity of the portfolio? Portfolio being assumed held on a run-off basis without new trades postulated in the future, such that one can gradually take from that account in order to remunerate the bank shareholders at an average or expected perhaps H times EC minus KVA dt at any future point in time. And observe that I put H times EC minus KVA dt instead of H CT dt in my preliminary formula. The reason why I'm considering the difference here, capital minus KVA instead of capital only in this formula, is because just like risk margins for insurance, retained earnings for banks are loss absorbing. That is, if there is a certain amount of the retained earnings account of the bank, shareholders only need to put at risk the difference between the total amount that needs to be there as economic capital minus retained earnings that already contribute to economic capital. Right? Which means that shareholder capital at risk only corresponds to the difference between EC minus KVA. And we want to remunerate shareholders proportionally to their involvement in economic capital, which is simply the difference EC minus KVA. Again, here details are important. I mean, ignoring this and using just EC in the formula would make a big numerical difference. The blue curve here represents a term structure of future economic capital projection in the future for a typical, in fact, a real life bank portfolio. Okay. And the orange line is a KVA, because the corresponding KVA curve. So blue is capital, orange is cost of capital. And what I'm saying is that cost of capital is already part of economic capital, meaning if you ignore that feature, you would ignore the orange bit in the blue, and then you would end up asking shareholders twice as much capital as really required. Okay, so we don't want to do that. Okay, so we insist on using the we don't want to ignore the minus KVA in this formula here. We want to stick to it. In the question I formulated, I said that the KVA was 0 at the final maturity on the portfolio. And the reason is, if you end up with a non-zero amount in the KVA account at the end of times, either it's a positive amount, that it means you ask too much to the client at time 0, so, which is wasteful, or you have a negative amount, but it means you didn't ask enough, because negative amounts mean on the way, at some point, you are not able to remunerate shareholders by what they need, right? So we have a very natural, null terminal condition for the KVA in the retained earnings account. Then, the way I found the questions, I said, what should be the size of this account so that we can remunerate shareholders assuming the portfolio held on a run-off basis? Why are we doing it? Whereas we know very well that we are charging all these VAs incrementally at every new trade. So is that inconsistent? I mean, on the one hand, when we compute VAs, for the purpose of computations, we assume the portfolio will not change till end of time except for amortization. But at the same time, we do these computations just to charge incremental VAs at every new trade. So is that just inconsistent? Is that an approximation? What we say is that it is just the right thing to do, given that a bank is a market maker. And as a bank is a market maker, a bank cannot anticipate future trades. The bank can just agree or not on clients coming and proposing trades, right? But the bank does not have a view on the future trades that it will be able to do. So we think that from a prudent valuation point of view, it is actually the right thing to do to compute as if there would be no new trade in the future. Right? So if future trades could be anticipated, then one could optimize further and basically end up with smaller VAs closer to fair valuation VAs, and that is exactly the argument that Alan White put in their last Risk Magazine paper, right? But what we are saying, I mean, we are sticking to the view that a bank is a market maker and therefore cannot anticipate future trades, and as a consequence, we prefer to model we think it is perfectly fine to model the portfolio on a run-off basis for this particular purpose. In the question that we asked, we also left it open average/expected, meaning should it be P, should it be Q? Should this average return be computed under P and under Q? So obviously for capital and cut-off capital computations, everything should be done under the historical measure P, because shareholders want their 10% under P, not under Q. But the thing is that the only source of information accessible to derivative dealer is market prices of liquid instruments, which allow them to infer a pricing measure Q by calibration to the market, while there is little relevant that can be said about P for the purpose of computations projected over a 50-year time horizon. As a consequence, we just assume P equal to Q, and we leave the discrepancy between P and Q to model risk. About now the capital term, the CT, should it be economic or regulatory? What we are saying here again is that for KVA computations entailing capital projection over decades, an equilibrium view based on Basel II, Pillar 2 economic capital is more attractive and in fact more meaningful than the ever-changing Pillar 1 regulatory charges supposed to approximate it. So using regulatory instead of economic capital is motivated by practical considerations, but it is less self-consistent. In fact, it loses the logical connection where, as we will see in more details, the input to the KVA computations should be the P&L arising from the impossibility to replicate other VAs. So using economic capital preserves this connection, whereas you lose it if you use regulatory capital instead. So back to the question. What should be the size of an account so that you can take, on average, 10% times ECT minus KVTDT out of that account at any point in time and end up at 0 at final maturity of the portfolio? The beauty of this problem is that this question is a well-posed question. It has a unique solution. The KVA process is determined by the unique answer to that question. In particular, if you didn't have average expected here, we said we want to give 10% on average. If we didn't have this average thing, then the problem will be ill-posed, of course, because this integrated HCTDT is not bounded. So if you wanted to distribute integrated HCTDT at any omega, you would need an infinite amount at time 0. But it's not what we want. We want to give on average this HCTDT. And this average is very important financially, first as we saw, and also mathematically, because that's what makes the question well posed, right? Because what are we asking? We are asking through our, so let's mathematize the question that we asked. The dividend of the shareholders come in 2 bits, okay? First, there are trading losses. This L is for trading losses. So minus DL is a trading gain. And on top of that, we are taking money out of the KVA account to give it to them. So basically their total dividend is this minus DL plus DKVA. This is just risk-free interest. And the question we asked is, we need a KVA process such that the expected next dividend cash flow, so the expected next parenthesis of that kind, that should be 10% of EC minus KVA dt. Meaning we are looking for a KVA process satisfying that the terminal value of KVA is 0. This tau bar means the minimum of big T, the final maturity of the portfolio, and the default time of the bank itself. So the terminal KVA should be null. And in the meantime, this quantity here, so this d KVA plus, the average next d parenthesis here should be that. And average means this whole thing should be a martingale. So 0 on expectation. So summarizing, we are looking for a process, KVA, ending up at 0 and satisfying before that the d KVA plus h CT minus KVA dt minus r KVA dt should be some martingale. This problem has a unique solution. It is given by this formula here. And the reason why you have a formula is because this is a backward stochastic differential equation. It's an SDE that KVA needs to satisfy with a terminal condition. And this SDE is particularly easy because it's linear here. So we have a formula for it. And in particular, the fact that you have the plus H here comes from the minus KVA here. And this plus H is very important because H is 10%. So a 10% additional discount rate over a 50 years horizon makes a huge difference. Now, we need to add a constraint that we ignored so far. And the constraint is that in our model, shareholders' capital at risk comes out endogenously as a difference between economic capital and the cost of capital, which is KVA itself. And for consistency, we need that shareholder capital at risk be positive. Meaning the question is not simply about that, okay? But on top of that, we need that KVA is below EC. So if you look at this formula, it may happen that sometimes on some omega, the cost of capital, the KVA coming from that formula, could be greater than the capital that it is pricing. And we want to exclude that. So to exclude that, what we need to do is to, if here or there the KVA is too large compared with capital itself, we need to ask a bit more capital. Right? Till the point where the KVA never exceeds the capital. Okay? And technically speaking, accounting for the constraints, we end up with a Lipschitz BSDE, which is again well posed and has a unique solution. We cannot write it as expectation simply. Or, well, the final formula is exactly this, but where EC is meant as the underlying risk measure, like VAR or expected shortfall, max the KVA itself, which makes it apparent that this is in fact a fixed point problem. And that's what the BSD is. But it is still well posed. It still has a unique solution. So we formulated the financial question that the KVA should address. We mathematize the question. We solve it mathematically. Next, very important practical issue is, should KVA be reported? Should it be reported in the balance sheet or only priced? Okay. Well, one thing is that KVA is on the asset side of the balance sheet as retained earnings. Right? When we are pricing the KVA, we are charging to the client, and therefore it's a banking account in the asset side of the balance sheet. The point is not about that. The point is, should the KVA be part of liabilities as amounts that have to be paid in the future? Okay. It would seem strange, given that the KVA is a capital deduction. So putting it on the liability side of the balance sheet would kind of forget that KVA is capital deduction. The reason why people are tempted to put it to treat it as a liability is because we already have CVA and FVA there, and therefore people are tempted to add the last term in the XVA suit, which is a KVA. However, the KVA, as opposed to the other guys like CVA and FVA, CVA is of a different nature. CVA is not the arbitrage valuation of some cash flows. It is the cost of capital required to cope with the misedge of other VAs. So in fact, it's not the KVA which should sit as a liability. The connection between KVA and the balance sheet is that KVA is the cost of capital, and capital should be given by some risk measure of the one-year fluctuations of the core equity tier 1 capital of the bank. In other words, the capital itself is a measure of the fluctuations of the balance sheet. So the KVA does not belong to the balance sheet, at least not statically as a liability along with other VAs, but the KVA is connected with the balance sheet as it is a measure of the fluctuations of the balance sheet. So to summarize our view on which VAs deserve to be represented as liabilities in the balance sheet, we agree that obviously CVA belongs there. We also agree that FVA should be there, and that the 2/3 of the bank that by recent studies do account for FVA as a liability in the balance sheet, we think they are right to do so, even if they can only do it by kind of turning the regulation in this respect, because accounting principles have not incorporated yet the fact that FVA belongs to the two liabilities. The KVA, on the other hand, should not be accounted for in the balance sheet. And as a matter of fact, as of today, very few banks treat it as a liability in the balance sheet, because putting it as a liability in the balance sheet would be illogical, and it would also create a circularity. As soon as you say that you put the KVA as a liability in the balance sheet, it means that at the time of computing economic capital, the volatile swings of the KVA would impact the capital and therefore the KVA itself, which makes the whole thing not only flawed from an economic point of view, but also intractable numerically. And then we understand why previous works in that direction were simply using HEC-T dt instead of HEC-T minus KVA-T dt. The reason is that in these previous works, all the VAs are treated on a par basis as risk-neutral adjustments and priced into a single all-inclusive XVA equation, where KVA is just one last HEC dt term in the PDE, basically. Okay? The thing is, if you pretend you have a single equation, but if you want to put the right quantity to put there, which would be HEC minus KVA, then KVA that you are looking for would be a data of your PD at the same time, and that makes this tentative, all-inclusive XVA equation intractable. The reason why people were considering a single risk-neutral, all-inclusive XVA equation, and using this approach also leads you to abandon economic capital and to use instead regulatory capital. Because again, if you are using a single all-inclusive XVA equation, putting economic capital there makes the equation circular, and you can no longer solve it numerically. So if you start from the wrong premise, if you believe that it's only one all-inclusive XVA equation, then you end up in numerical nightmares, and that you can only solve by making drastic approximations. Okay? Like forgetting the minus KVA term here. But then it means you are missing the plus 10% in the discount rate. So your KVA will be much too high. So to compensate this error 1 that you make, you introduce another error in the other direction, where you say, okay, let's use regulatory capital, which is less than economic capital. And maybe the number that we get in the end will look reasonable. So it might look reasonable, but this number becomes very arbitrary because you just make two errors. You have no control on the errors except you know that they partially compensate each other. However, there is absolutely no reason you should do that. I mean, if you properly follow a cost of capital approach in two steps, step one is risk-neutral XVA equation, where you account for CVA and FVA, but not for KVA. And then step two is KVA equation. What is the size of this account that the bank needs to build so that the bank can gradually distribute their 10% to shareholders at any point in the future, even without future deals? Okay? Then you are not led into these circularities. You don't need to make these approximations, and your KVA naturally satisfies the constraint that it should be less than economic capital. So I think I should stop here. So thank you very much for your attention.
There is some time for questions. Are there any questions or remarks?
One question about the rate H. That's the harder rate, right? Is that related to the target profits of the bank, or is it something coming from the bank management, process? Where is that parameter shaped really? Because it's one of the driving components really of KVA from what you are saying. And if it is, sorry, I'll give it back. If it is really bank-driven, is it right that the client of a bank has to pay an amount that is driven by a parameter that depends on the bank management? In the sense, for example, what if the bank sets up some unrealistic target profit, RAROC or ROI, and as the client then to live with that? Of course, you can go to another bank, but I think that's a little bit beside the point. So can you comment on this H a little bit more?
No, Damiano is perfectly right. I mean, here we suppose an exogenous blue sky H, like 10%. So in reality, this H would come endogenously from competition between banks. So yeah, exactly. I mean, so here it's a standardized model where it's only one bank against all its counterparties. In reality, there are many banks and they are competing each other, and we view the implied H as an output of the competition between banks. Yeah. Exactly. If you are exactly. But you're right.
There's another question here somewhere. No? Any other questions? If not, then let's thanks again to the speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you. And again, there is a small technical break just to switch computers. Our next speaker is László Antal from Hungary. He is going to talk about the Longstaff-Schwarz model.
Good afternoon. My name is László Antal. I graduated at the joint program of Corvinus University of Budapest and Loránd Eötvös University. And currently I'm working in the BRM modeling group of Morgan Stanley's Strats and Modeling department. This BRM modeling group is basically split into two. We are covering the CVA desk responsibilities, so we are extensively working on CVA, FVA, pricing models, risk metrics, etc., etc. In today's talk, I would like to talk about how a well-known and industry standard method, the Longstaff-Schwartz model, can be used quite efficiently to value XVA. Please bear with me because in the first section of the presentation I will talk about the LSM algorithm itself, the inception of the idea and the implementation, and in the second part of the presentation I will talk about the XVA application and the technological details. Let me talk about the standard problem, which is the pricing of an arbitrary American or Bermudan type of option. Let's distinguish between the European and American type of option. In an American type, you have the opportunity to exercise the option not only at the expiry date, but basically any time before that. A simplified version is the Bermudan option, which is somewhere between the American and the European option, where you can exercise your option at some predefined dates. Valuing this derivative is giving us a lot more complex problem than valuing a basic European option, just because of the case that at every cancellation date you need to think about all the future cash flows, but all the future cash flows are depending on the future cancellation dates and the decision that you make on the future paths. So in this sense, this is a recursive problem, and we needed an idea for this. Now this is an industry standard, and all these slides are according to the 2001 article from Longstaff and Schwartz. So the basic thing is that we need to calculate the continuation value, but this continuation value basically involves a new simulation. So let me just draw it out for a better understanding. So let's imagine you start simulating just to get the discounted value of your option. All the lines are signaling exercise dates. Let's think about the first exercise date on the first simulated path. On the first simulated path, just to be able to decide if you would like to continue the option or not, you need to know the discounted expected value of the continuation. But to know this discounted expected value of the continuation, you need to start another simulation just to get the expected value. So this involves a so-called embedded Monte Carlo problem. As you can see, right on the red path, right after the first cancellation date, you need to start a new Monte Carlo simulation, and then at the second cancellation date, you need to start another Monte Carlo simulation. So this computational requirement is increasing exponentially, and this is definitely not feasible. And the idea and the solution was to use the Longstaff-Schwartz method. Other competing solutions could be, for example, binomial or trinomial trees, but these binomial or trinomial trees are not scaling well if you are increasing the dimension of, for example, the underlying market factors. So that is, for example, not scalable. The embedded Monte Carlo solution is definitely not scalable again. The solution was the LSM algorithm. The basic idea is that you simulate only one set of paths, let's say 10,000. Then at the very end, you start at the last cancellation date. Okay, so you start at the last cancellation date, and at that point, the option equals a European type of option. So in that point, you can value how much the option worth. If you step one step back, you need to think about how much the option worth at xt minus 1. And the idea was that you need to build a regression where you use current market observables as explanatory variables and regress the continuation value and the future discounted future value of the last cancellation date. As you see, this is a recursive problem, so you need to start from the very end, so the last exercise date, and then step by step roll back. If you would like to put it in formulation, what you are curious about at every TK, where TK is the cancellation date, you are curious about the continuation value, which can be written as the expected value of the discounted future cash flows according to the filtration available at TK, so all the information available at TK. The Longstaff-Schwartz idea was that you represent this FTK, so the continuation value, as a linear combination of market observables, so observable market factors, and you take a given arbitrary basis function g of these market observables x. The basic idea is this, and this is a linear regression problem. Some remarks on this. So when you increase the number of paths, it has been proven in the paper that the option value converges to the theoretical value, but the goodness of this algorithm really depends on the choice of the market factors or on the choice of the basis functions. This is the art part of this exercise. You need to choose well the market observables and the basis functions as well. Industry usually uses the first, second, third power of, for example, short rates, 5-year rates, FX rates, etc., or even prices of vanilla option, vanilla instruments, what you can price analytically given a standard market scenario. Let me move on to the traditional XVA calculation, and please let me correct my formula on the fly. So instead of EPE, you should see PFE in there. So what we are curious about in a CVA and XVA framework. Let me briefly talk about a unilateral CVA case. What we are curious about is at every simulation time step when you are just assuming that the counterparty can default, and when you are assuming the counterparty default probability, then you need to know that at that time step how much does your portfolio worth. Let me just point back to the first presentation of today. So this framework is assuming the risk-free valuation of the closeout value. So this is not a recursive problem in a sense that we would like to calculate CVA in the CVA, but we are when we are talking about the potential future exposure, we are taking the risk-free closeout value. So in this talk, I'm trying to show that this problem exactly resembles the embedded Monte Carlo problem, and that's why we can use LSM algorithm embedded in the CVA calculation. So what you see on this picture is that when you are calculating CVA, you are curious about how much the trade PV changes just by assuming that the counterparty you are trading with is not riskless and it can default with a given hazard rate, which is resembled by lambda C, and you have a given recovery rate, what you can assume to be 1 minus R. In this formula, we have couple of simplifications. For example, we don't assume wrong way risk or right way risk. So the probability of default is not correlated with the potential future exposure, and the recovery rate is assumed to be constant as well. So we don't care about these in this talk. We are not including these kind of problems in this talk. We are purely focusing on the fact that at every simulation time step, you are curious about the underlying portfolio's value, which should be remarked by the PFE at every time point S. So let me just roll back to the graph what we had for the embedded Monte Carlo problem. So this was the problem of Bermudan type of options, but if you just change the exercise date and you think about these lines as a given time points where you simulate and you are curious about the loss what you will see when your counterparty defaults on that given time step, then it instantly turns into a CVA calculation, but still an embedded problem in case of instruments where you don't have analytic pricers. So the thing is that you simulate your market. You arrive to the first point where you are curious about the outstanding exposure. But let's say you don't have what you would like to value is not a swap. What can be valued analytically just based on the market observables, but you have an exotic, for example, IR and equity mixed hybrid trade, then you need to invoke a Monte Carlo simulation just to value the potential future exposure at that future time t. This is exactly the same embedded Monte Carlo problem what we saw during the Bermudan option type of problem. So we are obtaining that the LSM algorithm can be used in this case as well. What we need to do is take market observables again and then regress the potential future exposure at every time slice against these basis functions of market observables. So when we would like to price these potential future exposures at given time slices, we could either use an analytic pricer or PDA solution, etc., etc. But in case when we don't have this at our hand because the underlying products are just too complex and our portfolio is just too complex, then we will need to invoke the LSM calculation to value the potential future exposure. Just another analogy which might help understanding my point, that for example, if you think about standard underlier of a swap, then what does the CVA calculation do with it? It just invokes a convexity in the swap pricing, and instead of you are facing a simple swap pricing problem, then you will need to see then you will see a more complex Bermudan swaption pricing problem, because at every time slice where you are curious about your exposure, you are just valuing the positive part of the potential future exposure. What I need to mention is that we are using the LSM algorithm, but only for the regression, and we are not using the decision, because the decision making was required just invoked by the fact that you are having an option and an opportunity to exercise the option or continue. But in CVA case, you are curious about only the exposure, but you don't have the option to choose because the counterparty either defaults or not. So we are not invoking the decision making part of the LSM. And we are not invoking the backward solution of the LSM problem. We are just representing the potential future exposures as linear combination of underlying market factors at each time slice. Let me talk a bit about the implementation. So I've already showed you that what you are curious about is the future value. And this can be represented as a standard statistical problem. Let's say you have pathwise future exposures, and you would like to use these pathwise future exposures as the explained variables of the regression and use the market observables as the explanatory variables of the regression. What you can see in here is you are writing this continuation value across all time slices and across all paths. So you have pathwise future exposures, and then you take these weighted, so you take these basis functions, you apply the coefficients, and you obviously have an error term because this is a standard regression problem. How you can calculate this coefficient matrix, which is basically the output of the LSM algorithm, and this is what we exactly need in here just to fully represent a trade or a portfolio, is this coefficient matrix across all time slices. And what we are minimizing here is the sum of squared errors, which is a standard regression problem. And what we are doing here is we take the market observable X matrix and we use the standard linear regression, X transpose X inverted multiplied by X transpose F. What I wanted to mention is that we can, for example, use Cholesky decomposition, which is basically an upper and lower triangle matrix representation of the X transpose X. This is speeding up the implementation and the computational, decreasing the computational time significantly, because decomposing the X transpose X matrix results in only solving triangular linear set of equations twice, which is a lot faster than solving a full set of linear equations. And yes, what I wanted to point out is that as this is a linear regression, this is easy to implement. This is a really generic framework, as you don't need to know what the underlying trade type is if you have the Monte Carlo pricer for it and you have the LSM algorithm to calculate the coefficients. So basically with this gun you can shoot for any kind of target, because after you calculate the coefficients you can forget about the trade facts. You only need to know the coefficients themselves for a full trade representation of any potential future exposure arising from that trade or portfolio, and that it is computationally cheap. There are some technical issues with the LSM implementation. What if the market factors are correlated? Then you are facing exactly the same issue as you would face in a standard statistical problem. You can opt for eliminating these correlated market factors, or use preconditioning on the matrix, for example, ridge or lasso regression, which increases the accuracy. And other discussed topic is the risk instability. So if we trust the LSM algorithm, then it should apply for all set of risk scenarios. So let's say you calculate your LSM coefficients for the base case, but you shouldn't recalculate these LSM coefficients for shock scenarios. Is this true? One can opt that the LSM algorithm is only true for local solutions. So shock scenarios, you should recalculate these LSM coefficients. And this is the end of my presentation. If you have any questions.
Are there any questions or remarks? Yes, please.
So you mentioned that this is a very generic framework for generic type of portfolios and trades. Can it be also applied for wrong way risk portfolios?
Well, I think it depends on how you would apply the wrong way risk framework, where if you just simulate the market factors and you apply, for example, the correlation between the simulated market factors, the underlying simulated market factors, and the default probability, and you apply correlation between these two, then you don't need to have modified LSM coefficients for this case. So I think if you can find a good explaining connection between the regressors that you are using during the regression and the default probability what you are trying to connect, then I think the LSM algorithm would be applicable in this case.
Yes, further questions? If not, then thanks again to the speaker. And the last lecture of this section is also connected with valuation. It's going to be presented by Viktor Nagy. And I see that also there is some sort of technical break. Please.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. So here I represent Citi as part of the market quantitative analyst group, which is a newly established group. Basically, we are building trading and risk management system for the securities division. And here at this talk, I'm going to talk about a paper written by one of the managing directors of Citi, Youssef Aroukani, who is the global head of credit and commodities, and I happen to work in the credit area. So this paper is titled The Funding Invariance Principle, and it was published in the Risk magazine in 2016. Basically, this is going to be a very simple overview of some of the elements of taking trading and funding cash flows into account when evaluating when pricing a trade. And basically, it turns out that one of the nice consequences of accounting for everything properly is that we will get something so-called funding invariance principle, which basically states that the risk-free rate that's typically assumed to exist in risk-neutral pricing is completely irrelevant when it comes to the price of the trade. So let's just have a bit of an overview of what we typically did in the past, how we discounted trades. One of the, before crisis, before central clearing wasn't as widely accepted as it is now, people used a reference rate, the London Interbank offered rate, which basically is supposed to reflect the risk-free, the uncollateralized borrowing rate between banks. But on many cases, we know that banks tended to understate their borrowing cost. So this wasn't actually a true reflection of the borrowing cost that the actual bank has to face. And also, it's also just contained a subsection of banks, so not all banks submitted quotes to this. More recently, since clearing has become more accepted, so basically that means that trade collateralization collateral rates are also basically discounting with overnight index swap rates, which basically one of the rates typically used in collateral agreements, has become another approach. So basically, what happens here is that we have on one side of the equation we have fully collateralized trades. On the other side, we have fully uncollateralized trades. But basically, what happens in an actual situation, in a true when a bank actually values a trade, that we have a mixture of these. Let me just quickly go over the cash flows that actually are presented when a bank executes a trade and risk manages and funds a trade. So this is a representation of the internal workings of a bank. So what we typically talk about is the trading desk. The trading desk faces a counterparty. Let's suppose that in this special scenario, we are buying an option from an external counterparty. But the bank is also in connection with the treasury and the collateral department. which is responsible for handling collateral. And of course, the Treasury is providing funding through the connection with capital markets. And here at the bottom of the figure, we have a hypothetical money market account, which is supposed to represent the risk-free borrowing rate, something which doesn't actually exist. Let's just see. So let's just walk over the typical cash flows that happen when a trade is funded, and when exactly what's happening in such a scenario. So basically, what the first step, let's suppose we buy an option, which is a commitment, a forward-looking commitment from another counterparty. We pay the price of this option right now. So what, in a collateralized setup, what we are getting, the counterparty is going to post us some collateral assets. Basically, the very first trade is regulated by the ISDA agreement, but the ISDA agreement can have an annex at the CSA, which basically describes the framework for collateralization. This means the rate that needs to be paid on collateral, the collateral frequency, and the kind of collateral that needs to be paid. So this can be, in the most simple scenario, cash. It can be bonds, and typically the higher the collateral risk is, the higher the collateral rate. The bank, so basically what's happening, we initially pay the price for the asset, we get some collateral, but we have a shortfall of the value of the trade minus collateral, and this part needs to be funded from the Treasury. So on top of these two agreements, we have so-called Treasury swap. And in order to have a faithful representation of what's happening here, is we have to take all the funding cash flows into account. So what I just draw up, what you see on this graph is actually the time equal to t cash flows. So let's see what happens in the following if we evolve in time by t plus, and we go to the t plus delta t time instance. So let's assume a scenario when we close out this trade. So basically, as I said, the CSA specifies that on the collateral that we receive, we have to pay a so-called collateral rate. This is something we will return to the counterparty. So we have to pay interest for this, for the credit risk mitigation that the collateral stands for. And also, the Treasury will charge us for a funding rate, which is bank specific. Typically, the more risky the bank, the higher the funding rate is, because the Treasury has to fund itself from the market. And in order to compare cash flows at time equal to t, we have to discount this cash flow. We have to discount the future cash flows back to make them comparable. And basically, this discounting is going to happen in the risk-neutral framework with this risk-free rate. So just to order delta t accuracy, this is now how the cash flows look like. So basically, what I'm going to do at the very end of the trade, of course, I'm going to exercise or not exercise the option, but basically that's going to mean that there will be a payment back if the option expires in the money from the clearing counterparty, and the return of the collateral fully. So what you can see here, basically I expanded the risk now, all the tax up to ordo delta t square accuracy. Basically, what you can see that there is on top of the funding balance, there is also a spread, which basically depends on the difference of the funding rate and the risk-free rate, and the same applies for the collateral rate. So what's going to happen? I'm going to add up all the cash flows throughout for the lifetime of the trade, and see what's happening. So what I'm going to get at is something a so-called funding equation. Here I introduced another process, which is the cumulative dividend process, and this represents all the cash flows associated with the trade. So, like the final notional, final face value for a bond, and the ongoing coupons as well. So this is a stochastic process. And of course, I'm going to, in the risk neutral framework, I'm going to discount this with the risk-free rate. I have two additional factors which represent the cash flows associated with margining, which basically I have to pay a spread between the collateral rate and the risk-free rate, and also there is a funding lag, which is basically represented by the funding cost, the internal funding cost for the trade itself. So this is a very intuitive equation, and accounts for all the cash flows in a risk-free case for the trade. So also if I want to price the trade in a forward-looking, if I want to write up the forward-looking price for the trade, and I just simply have to take the expectation for an FT filtration instead of F0. So we have seen that there is a very simple form in the risk-free case. There is a very simple form for the funding equation, and then we have seen that all the rates in the funding equation are market observables except the risk-free rate. So the funding cost, the collateral rate, they can be all observed on the market. The risk-free rate doesn't. This is not true for the risk-free rate at all. And the proposition is the following. So I can pick this risk-free rate as any process, as any interest rate process, and the funding equation will still hold. So if I replace R with another interest rate process, R star, of course, this will appear in the discounting factors as well. The statement is that this equation will be true for this R star rate as well. So basically this. Just to look at some of the very simple marginal cases for this equation. So first of all, let's assume that this statement is true. I can look at the equation from two different perspectives. First I can assume that this R star equals to the collateral rate. And basically I can obtain this equation, and basically this can be implemented as collateral discounting for all the future cash flows of the trade, plus a spread on top of the collateral rate, a spread to the funding rate. So this is this fact basically expresses that the trade is not fully collateralized. So I have to fund some of my cash flows from the treasury, and we can also take on another pair of glasses and look at this from the point of view where basically I assume that I'm basically looking at exclusively at the margins, and two very simple if I assume, for instance, that the trade is fully collateralized, then I'm going to obtain the well-known formula for OIS discounting. And if it's unmargined, so it's an unfunded trade, now we'll just have to discount based on the bank's internal funding cost. So I'm going to, so this basically, in this scenario, this is just going to simplify to these well-known formulas. So before I actually go into details about the derivation of the funding variance principle, let me just summarize exactly what we have seen in, here. So we had an overview of the funding and trading cash flows for an actual that happened within the bank when an actual trade is managed and funded. We also wrote up the risk-free funding equation in a generic case, and a very similar equation was presented by Peter Barg in the Black-Scholes framework previously. But this is a generic, completely generic setup. One doesn't need to assume Black-Scholes. We have also seen this hypothetical risk-free rate is completely irrelevant, which makes sense because the trade is fully funded by collateral and the treasury, so there is no need for a hypothetical rate to show up in our actual valuation. And we have seen that the two different points of view, the unsecured and the funded discounting, unsecured discounting and collateral discounting fit into the same framework. And what Youssef's paper also talks about is the credit risky case, where it turns out that a similar funding invariance principle can be shown. But I'm not going to go into details related to that. How much time do we have now? So I'm just going to, so this is like a side note, this is an appendix. I will show a very brief overview, a very brief proof of how the funding invariance principle can be proven. So, C basically accounts for all the cash flows. This is a stochastic process that accounts for all the cash flows during the lifetime of a trade. So this C basically accounts for the trading cash flows. The second factor basically is a spread between the risk-free rate and the collateral rate, and basically this represents the cash flows associated with the margining. A third factor is the factor, the cash flows coming from the funding swap. Basically, what the original funding invariance, original funding equation stated, that the present value of the trade basically is just the integral of all the cash flows, where we use risk-free discounting, and the conditional expectation of that at FT for the FT filtration. So what I'm going to show in the next step is that actually this original equation can be rewritten using the Tauber law for conditional expectations in a simple form. So what I'm going to do here, so this equation is just repeating what I had there before. So first I'm going to split up the cash flows up to time t and the stochastic cash flows following time t. This is something very simple. And also, because I'm taking conditional expectation on an FT filtration in the inside, which is a richer filtration than F0, I can use the Tauber law of conditional expectations. And the second fact can be easily recognized as the forward price of the trade, which is VT. So I'm going to use this fact here. And basically, what I'm going to do, I'm going to introduce a new variable for this entire expression here. It's basically, I'm going to call this AT corresponding to the risk-free rate R. Actually, basically, this is what this equation states. So by definition, because AT is a conditional expectation with respect to filtration to T, this is a martingale. And we have proven that how this martingale is related to the actual time equal to 0 value of the trade. So in the following step, basically, I'm going to just write up the stochastic differential of AT, and it can be easily seen that this is going to basically be a cash flow, stochastic cash flow minus these two factors discounted appropriately. So there are some additional computations which I'm not going to detail, but basically it can be proven that this, if I write up AT, which is a martingale, for a short rate R, but let's suppose I'm going to write up AT with another short rate R star, but it can be proven that from the fact that the original ATR was a martingale, it also follows that AR star T is also a martingale, and the funding variance principle follows. And there is one slight note here that basically I heavily use the fact that that this factor here disappears, so meaning that margin plus the funding lag equals to the value of the trade at any point in time. So just you can find the details of this derivation in the original paper that I cited. I think that's it. That's the summary of the talk. If you have any questions, please let me know.
So welcome at this second afternoon session. Let me announce the first speaker, Leonardo Ferro, from the Budapest branch of Morgan Stanley. He will talk about efficient CVA computation by risk factor decomposition.
Thank you for the introduction. This talk will be based on an article recently published by Kees de Graaf, Drona Kandai, and Christoph Resinger from University of Amsterdam and the University of Oxford. And so basically the main topic is about managing counterparty credit risk. As you know, after the credit crisis in 2008, this has become one of the main activities of financial institutions. And Basel III has introduced the so-called CVA credit value adjustment, which basically increased the capital risk requirements and also has significant consequences for the valuations of derivatives. Basically, CVA it's the valuation of a portfolio by taking into account the possibility that the counterparty with which the banks are trading can go into default. And so it's the difference between the true value of a portfolio by including this possibility of default and the value of a portfolio without this risk. The main ingredient in computing CVA is the expected exposure and the expected positive exposure of the traded portfolio. And this comes from the future value of the distribution of the underlying assets and the value of the derivatives on these assets. And this typically involves multiple underlying assets governed by stochastic differential equations. And this implies that so typical portfolios contain multiple different assets which are correlated among them, and so they cannot be solved independently. This at the end implies that the problem has very high dimensional complexity. So the main proposal for this talk is about how to reduce the dimensionality of the problem by making some suitable approximations. And rather than involving the standard Monte Carlo simulations, this will involve a series of a sequence of low-dimensional approximations which can be solved by partial differential equations in the finite difference method scheme. And given some degree of accuracy, I can show that these approximations are quite good for computing future expected exposures. Okay, I will introduce briefly the concept of CVA. Basically, the concept of CVA comes from the fact that in future times, if a bank has some exposure with counterparty, some positive exposure in the future, and the counterparty goes to default, this will amount for a loss for the bank. And in order to take this into account, the banks have to modify the initial price of the trade in order to account for the possibility of this kind of risk in the future. And so if, for example, there is a portfolio with a given maturity in the future, capital T, and the recovery rate of the underlying trades in case of default is delta, which means if the counterparty defaults, you can still recover some amount of the value of the portfolio. Then the mathematical formula which defines CVA is basically the integral of the expected positive exposure in the future, weighted by the probability of default in time. But in practice, what you do, you assume that you have future time steps. And between these time intervals, there is some given probability of default for the counterparty, denoted by Q. And on each of these time intervals, you have an expected positive exposure. And so you approximate CVA by summing all these positive exposures weighted by the probability of defaults. Yeah, the main ingredient is this expected positive exposures, which comes from the simulation of future value of the underlying distributions. And the typical industry standard in this case is to simulate through Monte Carlo, but there are different approaches like solving partial differential equations, either in the backward Kolmogorov or in the forward Kolmogorov scheme, which are typically much faster, but they are usually limited by the problem of dimensionality, because they scale the computational complexity of partial differential equations scales exponentially in the number of dimensions of the problem. In the formula before, I assumed that the probability of default and the exposure at future time horizon does not. There is no correlation between default probability and exposure, so we are excluding wrong way risk to simplify the computations. So basically, as I said, in typical portfolios, there are multiple FX currencies, interest rates involved, and each of them is simulated by some stochastic differential equation, stochastic volatility, stochastic interest rate models, and correlating among them. And this implies that the dimension of the problem is very high. And the typical solution is by sampling the distribution of the underlying asset, the future distribution of the underlying asset by Monte Carlo, by basically discretizing and simulating the stochastical differential equation. And for example, in this picture, you can see a basic Monte Carlo step in which you generate a given number of paths in the future, and then on this path you value the derivatives on the underlying assets. So at the end, you will have a final distribution of portfolio values in the future, and typically you are interested in this expected positive exposure, or for risk management you are interested in certain quantiles of the distribution, like the P95. And so the industry standard is this Monte Carlo simulation, because even a naive Monte Carlo approach is quite generically applicable to many different stochastic simulations. But the problem of Monte Carlo is that it is very inefficient from a computational complexity point of view. In fact, the computational time scale is proportional to epsilon to -4, where epsilon is the root mean square error of the Monte Carlo variance. And of course, you can have more sophisticated computations or approximations like the one described by Laszlo before by LSM regression. In this case, the computational complexity is of the order epsilon to -2. But still, partial differential equations in the finite difference method are much more faster. But on the other side, they are limited by these curves of dimensionality, because when you discretize the space, the state of space, the space of states, and the time, you are increasing basically your problem becomes exponentially. The complexity of your problem increases exponentially with respect to the dimensions of the underlyings. That's why Monte Carlo simulation became the industry standard. So given all these problems, it's interesting to address whether there can be suitable approximations in the stochastic differential equations such that one might be able to reduce the dimensionality of the problems and apply still these fast methods of partial differential equations. And so the main idea of this talk is to present this approach in which, given certain suitable approximations, we can still solve the high-dimensional problems, reduce the dimensionality in 1, 2, or maximum 3-dimensional problems, which can still be tackled by partial differential equations. So we can start with a very simple example of a simulation of a FX rate. this is in the Black-Scholes two-factor Hall-White model, which means that we have the underlying stochastic equation governing the evolution of the FX rate. Then we need to introduce the foreign rate, interest rate, and the domestic interest rate in order to have arbitrage free. And also the foreign and domestic interest rates are governed by stochastic differential equations, where the theta term is basically calibrated on the initial term structure of the interest rates. And so you see that even for just a simulation of one given currency, you have already three underlying stochastic differential equations, which are even correlated among them. So for one FX, you already have a three-dimensional problem. Imagine if you have, for example, a portfolio with 3 different FX rates, then you will have a 7-dimensional problem, because you have 3 FX rates, 3 FX currencies, the 3 foreign interest rates plus the domestic rate, so you will have a 7-dimensional problem. And typical portfolios can include easily more than 10 FX rates. That's just to show you how the typical portfolios have a very high dimensional problem. So the main idea is that if you write the value of the portfolio as a function of the state variables, you can somehow you can fix one of the variables, assuming that x1, for example, is stochastic, and then replace all the other variables by some deterministic approximation. And this deterministic approximation is given by the conditional expectation of the state variable given some initial value of the variable. So this amounts to have so if you start with a portfolio with n dimensions and different state variables, you will end up with just one stochastic variable, and all the others will be deterministic functions. You can have also second-order approximations in which you always fix a base variable x1, and then you consider all the possible pairs between the variables, so x1, x2, x1, x3, and all the others are replaced by the same deterministic approximations. And so basically, if you consider the case of one single currency, FX currency, we can also have, for example, 3-dimensional approximations in which so you consider the first order approximation, then the second order approximations involving the pairs of currencies, and then basically you can add also third order approximations. And actually, if you look at this equation, this is just an identity, because if you factor out all these values, at the end you will just have an identity here. So the claim here is that given this identity, we can neglect, hopefully, this part in red, which will be just like a small correction. And so you will approximate the value of the portfolio described by 3 variables by a combination of approximations with 1 and 2 variables. This can be done more in general case, where if you have n underlying variables, then you can consider the first order approximations and the second order approximations. Of course, if you have only 3 variables, the third order approximation will just be the exact solution of the problem. So in n variables, you will have an n order approximation will be exact identity of the initial problem. So the reason why this approximation makes sense is that, for example, consider again this Hall-White two-factor model. If you consider the deterministic approximation in that model for a given interest rate, then you fix the other variables, which are the FX, you fix the FX currency. You keep constant the foreign and the domestic interest rates. Then you will see that the deterministic approximation for the interest rate is just by solving the stochastic differential equation, is just this integral here, where you preserve the term structure. So basically, this approximation is still preserving the initial term structure of interest rates. Similarly, if you have a FX rate simulation which follows a geometric Brownian motion, you fix the other variables, you will get a simple exponential of the difference of the domestic and foreign interest rates. Then once you put these approximations, you generate a new partial differential equations which govern the evolution of the stochastic underlyings by using, for example, the Kolmogorov scheme. And what you do then, you can compute it by finite difference method, which means that you discretize in every dimension in time and space. And so, for example, here you can see, so in the Kolmogorov picture, what you are simulating is the evolution of the probability of the probability distribution of the portfolio at future times. You can see that starting from 0 and so on, this is a very simple example of an option where you get the probability distribution evolution in time in this picture. What is more interesting is if we consider more complicated portfolios. For example, we can consider portfolios containing cross-currency swaps, where you exchange floating currencies. And there is also a notional exchange at the end and deceptions of the trade. And so this example has been studied by using swaps which are traded at the money. And in particular, in the portfolios, there are 3 different currencies. So you have euro-dollar swap, euro-GBP, and euro-JPY. So this amount to have a problem, 7-dimensional problem. And the initial term structure of the interest rates has been calibrated to the real market. And basically, so as I mentioned before, you fix one base variable, which you assume to be stochastic, and all the others will be replaced by deterministic approximations. And then you have also multiple order approximation with respect to this given base variable. In this case, the variable which has been fixed is the Euro-USD currency. And in the left picture, you can see the expected exposure for this portfolio 3 currency swap given by second order, third order corrections. And you can compare with the full Monte Carlo simulation. And so you can see in the blue the one-dimensional base approximation, which is quite significantly differing from the Monte Carlo simulation. But you can see that with the second and third order approximations, you are very close to the full evaluation with Monte Carlo. And in particular, the second order approximation has a difference of around 2% with respect to Monte Carlo with 1 million path. And the third order approximation has a correction of just 0.5%. On the right picture, you have a similar thing on the positive expected exposure. What is even more interesting of this approach is that you can also use these approximations combined with the Monte Carlo simulations, in the sense that you can prove that this can be used as a Monte Carlo control variate. So basically the reason why with second order, third order correction we achieve such a good accuracy is that if you are studying the variance reduction with these approximations, you can see the following results. So the variance reduction is defined as the variance of the Monte Carlo computed with and without the control variate. And we use as control variate these second order and third order approximations. You can see that at some point the second order approximation is blowing up. That's why we have a reduced accuracy for second order approximations. And these here correspond to the, so if you see at the plot before, you see these jumps. And these are due to the fact that the cross-currency swaps are different maturity. So for example, the first jump is given by the expiration of the Euro GBP swap. And then there is a notional exchange. Then after 2 years, then after 3 years there is an expiration of the Euro JPY swap. And after 4 years there is only one remaining Euro USD swap. And So the reason why the base variable used in the approximation is the Euro-USD swap currency is the USD currency is because this has the longest maturity in the portfolio. So this amounts for the most significant variance reduction in the approximation. So the way to choose the base variable in the approximation is basically to choose the one which gives the most the highest variance reduction. So you can see that with the second order corrections you have a dimension reduction of around 20. With the third order corrections you have a reduction of a factor 100, which means that if you would use them together with the Monte Carlo simulation, you can reduce the number of paths by 20 or 100. Then a bit more complicated example of portfolio in which, in addition to the three currency swap, we introduce also an interest rate swap and the call option on same currencies of the same underlying currencies, so that the dimensional problem is still the same. And we see that again we have a good accuracy with these approximations. So in this case, the difference compared to Monte Carlo is around 4% for second order approximations and around 2% for third order approximations. In this case, the Monte Carlo benchmark is obtained by LSM regression on a 1 million path. Okay, so to conclude, somehow we have shown on some examples that using these second order and third order approximations can significantly reduce the variance, the dimension of the problem, and in particular they still have a very high accuracy, and they can be used with together with the Monte Carlo simulation to reduce the variance. And there is, as we can see from these examples, the third order corrections doesn't really give any significant improvement with respect to the second order correction. Of course, the third order implies solving much more sophisticated partial differential equations, which are computationally more heavy. So, in general, from this example, seems that the two-dimensional approximation can be a good first way to tackle these high-dimensional problems. That's it.
Are there any questions to the speaker? Okay, if there is none, let us thank him again. Okay, the last speaker of this session and indeed of this conference is Norbert Hari. He is also from the Budapest branch of Morgan Stanley, and he will talk about smile and default, the role of stochastic volatility and interest rates in counterparty credit risk.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for still staying with us. So I'm going to talk about a research that I was doing together with some people, and it's also going, or it was already published in Quantitative Finance. It has to do, to some extent, with the topic that Leonardo just presented, so you might see some familiar slides, but I promise I will be very fast there. And the title of the presentation is Smile and Default. And in this paper, we try to show the impact of the smile, of FX smile, on future exposure calculations. So I'm going to talk about the complexity of calculating exposures, and the industry practice sometimes simplifies things because of computational complexity. And so maybe we are overlooking some risks that we are not aware. So the idea is that by looking at certain scenarios, certain market environments, what is the impact of the FX market smile? So that's the basic idea of the paper. But before before really going there, I just want to give you some background. So, and I promise I will be fast with the beginning because we are at a counterparty risk conference. So I think you all know what is CVA, what is counterparty risk, and what we are talking about. So I think that helps me a lot. I'm going to talk about exposure a bit, just to show the complexity, and to be able to show the impact of the smile, the volatility smile. We chose a so-called novel approach because that can fit the market very well. Maybe not the most computationally easy approach, and it has to do with also with the speech of Leonardo. But I'm going to talk about it later. But we can show that that novel approach fits the market very well, so we can see the impact of the market volatility smile. We are going to show how the methodology works, and I'm going to show you real use cases and real data and quantify the impact on some examples. So that's the plan. So I'm going to be very quickly here. So what is obviously the risk if someone is owing you, right, but didn't fulfill the obligation? That's exactly the counterparty risk, and I don't think I need to put more time on that. And what is at risk is eventually the money that your partner is owing you. And what we call credit value adjustment is, at least what we define, is what would be the fair value of getting rid of this risk. So like you go to the market and hedge your risk, how much would be the value of your replicating portfolio? So there's a fair value of reducing the risk. Like you go to a bank or an institution, how much would that institution charge you by assuming he can hedge? Banks are also interested in quantiles, but I'm going to talk about that later. So another definition, you can also understand the credit value adjustment is between the value of a risk-free versus a risky portfolio. These are just terminologies. And this is also the very well-known formula. The talk is not going to focus on CVA at all. This is just really an introduction to counterparty risk. You can understand that we are looking at exposure, the impact of the smile on exposure calculation, and obviously exposure is used in CVA, but all type of VA. So don't feel that the impact of exposure is only going to impact the CVA calculation. So all type of VAs, FVA, LVA, KVA, or what was the one? The electricity bill VA, right? Something like that. Yes, exactly. So any VA. And still about the CVA formula, two important components are the recovery rate and the PDs. They can be recovered somehow from the market. I think we have been also talking about it today extensively. So now we are getting into the main ingredient. This is about the exposure, and I think this is where probably we need to spend a bit more time. So what is exposure? I'm going to show you this picture. You might have seen this picture with Leonardo, but he went over this. So what I really want to show here is that imagine you have a portfolio of derivatives, and if this is time dimension, then what you have to do is to be able to forecast exposure in the future, and you are going to use the so-called Monte Carlo method. Then you have to draw and shoot Monte Carlo scenarios into the future, and you have to value your portfolio. It means that all your derivatives in the portfolio, following all the rules, netting, collateral, etc., and to calculate what should be your exposure at each point in time on every scenario. So it is quite a complex calculation, especially if your portfolio is long dated and you still have instruments or positions in the portfolio after a very long time. And the portfolio can also be extremely large. So it requires really a lot of calculation if the portfolio is an amount of a million instruments. Plus, don't forget that banks do not only calculate fair value, because fair value is just sort of a consequence of managing the risk, because we as banks are very much interested in managing and hedging the risk. So to be able to manage the risk, we have to do this calculation for the portfolio, not only once and get the value, but we need to calculate all type of sensitivities. And calculating sensitivities meaning that we can use maybe the crude bump and revalue. What is the sensitivity of the value to some underlying market change? Here you have to run this calculation a lot more times. And this picture also shows you, of course, how you can derive from this distribution the EP and the ENE that is used in the CVA formula, for instance. But I really wanted to point you out the complexity, and I think this is a very, very, very important element that you have to understand. We are not only interested in expected positive or expected negative exposure profiles or expected exposure profiles. Instead, since we are also looking at risk, we are also interested in the tails. For instance, position like limit access management or value at risk or all type of capital calculation purposes. We are very much interested in other metrics other than just the expectations of these profiles. And so what we are trying to do here, what we were trying to do here, is that we have a very complicated way of calculating exposures. It's very computation intensive, as I have already shown you. And what we do here is that we are going to come up with a methodology which is not going to use Monte Carlo only, but we are also going to use a different method, which is going to combine Monte Carlo method with finite difference method. Finite difference has to do with the PDs. If you don't know what solving PDs, if you don't know what finite difference method is meaning. So what we were proposing is that we are going to combine these two things, and this is exactly this picture is trying to show you. So in this paper, what we do is that, and I'm going to show you and tell you why we are doing that. So in this paper, we are going to use a methodology which is going to let's say, price the portfolio or just one single claim, and it's going to price it with a finite difference method. So you know, for instance, the state. If you have only one-dimensional state variable, let's say this is the stock option, you discretize the state, and you start solving the value of your contingent claim backward, and then you will have this grid of state variables. So what the finance difference method is going to give you is that it's going to give you the conditional expectation for each point in time in the future and for each state variable in the future. This is the state space. And so finite difference is great, for instance, because you see that for each initial starting values of the underlying state variable, you will get a fair value. So that's why people really like it when it's about calculating, for instance, sensitivities. Because once you solve the expectation, what is the fair value of this derivative from this grid, from the initial time, you can see what is the impact of changing the underlying. So you can see the sensitivities immediately. One drawback, I mean, the biggest drawback of this proposal or this method is the curse of dimensionality, what Leonardo was already talking about. And that's why it cannot be used in a general setting. So if you have a lot of risk factors, a lot of FX rates, for instance, in his exercise, then it gets computationally very cumbersome to solve this type of problems. But for the experiment we are going to do here, we are going to use this approach because this approach is going to be, let's say, computationally precise, and it's going to give us a very reliable estimate for the impact of the smile, because we can calibrate to this method reliably and very nicely to the market. So that's about the finite difference methods. And then, for instance, we also put scenarios in this picture. These are the Monte Carlo scenarios. So you have the grid of state variables over time, and then we combine it with Monte Carlo. So what we do is that we start shooting Monte Carlo scenarios into the future. And at a certain point in time, we just know that we have a distribution of state variables. And then in this one-dimensional case, it's very easy, but also in multi-dimensional case, you can do the following. You can just take the scenario that was realized in this time on that path. You then look up the value of your derivative given by your finance difference method, and you can just read it from the grid. So it's very elegant way. Obviously, you might ask the question why we do that for. We don't always do that. So we always do that for instruments which cannot be priced analytically. So this is very powerful for instruments when there is no closed form solution for some OTC derivatives, Bermudan swaptions, or any path-dependent options. Obviously, if you have a swap, or if you have some very simple instrument, you don't have to do that, because then on each path, you have a state variable that's realized, and you can price that analytically. But this is powerful for instruments where there is no, let's say, elegant analytic solution and fast solution. So this is all about the methodology. This is something that Leonardo talked about. So this is just really showing that how we shoot Monte Carlo scenarios, and given all these interacting scenarios and risk factors, we can evaluate derivatives. But this is really not so important now. I explained it already. So what we did is then, so we have the Monte Carlo with the finite difference combined together. But obviously, we also want to have some evidence that our methodology works. And that's why we were comparing the so-called finite difference Monte Carlo method with other benchmarks, just to see that our solution is really stable and the error is relatively small. That's why we were comparing it to two different methods. There is a so-called Fourier cosine expansion, which is like a symmetric Fourier method. It's like it is quite precise, but it's computationally can be quite intense sometimes. But it approximates the values very nicely. And we did it for the Bermudan swaption. And there is also a regression-based method which is very close to Lotzi. He was presenting the LSM method just previously. I'm not sure where he is. Yeah, he's there. And the difference between that LSM method and this is that this one is creating some bundles to be able to make the distribution better captured on the tails. So it is creating some bundles, more groups of variables are calculated, more regression coefficients are calculated per time slice, but the idea is basically the same. So we have these two different benchmarks, and you can see, for instance, that for the case of Bermudan swaption, we were taking the FDMC method, which is combining the Monte Carlo and the finite difference method. So that's exactly the methodology we want to check against the SGMB. This is SGMB is, I forgot to mention, this is the stochastic grid bundling method, which is let's call it like LSM-like method with grid bundles. And then we have this semi-analytic solution that let's call it cost method. And then you see that the FDMC method is pretty much aligned for, I think these are two different specification of instruments. So this is already telling us that the method works, and then it's really stable. There is also a picture on the stability and the error, and it really shows that we trust our results significantly. I don't think we need to talk about it neither. So the main part of my talk eventually is looking at and using this methodology and show the impact of the SMILE. So why I'm talking about impact of SMILE and try to connect it to the computational intensity of the exposure calculations. Since exposure calculations are, you have to do a lot of analytic calculations there, or intense calculations. And because of the time and all the sensitivities and the requirement of the business, we have to do a lot of them. And then a lot of calculations mean a lot of time. That's why industry doesn't always like to use very sophisticated algorithms that are fitting very well the market, because those very sophisticated algorithms can take even more time. So in our example, what the FX SMILE case, the industry tends to use, for instance, the Black-Scholes type of models. So maybe there are also some more sophisticated ones that can maybe fit the slope of the volatility of the FX market, but maybe not the complete SMILE. And we all know that the FX market, and I will show you in a second, FX market has a very strong SMILE or very strong skew. So with this type of benchmark model that we are proposing, we can see the impact of that. So the market is not able to use very sophisticated methods, let's say in a production setting, because of this of its computational complexity. So what we are going to do is we are going to look at different type of instruments, payoffs. That can be swaps, for instance, cross-currency swaps in our case. We will also look at American options and barrier options. And we are going to then investigate this type of instruments for the industry practice. Let's call it industry practice, where the industry is going to use some Black-Scholes type of process for the FX rate. Or alternatively, we can also do a better job. We can introduce extra state variables or extra risk factors to be able to replicate the initial market, the initial FX volatility smile. And that's why we are going to use a Heston model, which is introducing an additional risk factor, which is the volatility or the variance component, so that can fit the market very nicely. And on the top of that, we are not only going to look at one time period, because of course, if you look at one time period and try to conclude an impact from that, that can be a bit deceiving. So we look at two different time periods. One is just in the middle of the crisis in 2008, and then one is a more modest period from 2014, and see what is the impact of calibrating the model, the more sophisticated model that can capture the market, and what is the impact of that on the future exposures. Questions so far? Because now we will start looking at the empirical results. Okay. So the model formulation is the following. This model, we call it Heston 2 Hull and White, is so you have an FX process. The dynamics of we call it S, is following a Heston type of formulation with this as a variance term, and the variance is stochastic. And then we also have two additional risk factors which is driving the uncertainty in the interest rates. And then this is also Hull and White type of formulation. You feed the initial yield curves with these theta coefficients. There is one process for the domestic and one process for the foreign interest rate. And you see you have four dimensions here. So one for the underlying FX rate, one is for the volatility or the variance term, and then two for the stochastic interest rates. And the diffusion terms are also correlated, so you have an instantaneous correlation matrix associated with them. So there is no constraint on that. And this is the generic model that we calibrated. And if you want to link it to a PDE, then you can see this evolution for the contingent claim that looks like that. So you have you have the underlying FX rate, the underlying variance, all the stochastic interest rates. So, and this is longer than that, so it doesn't really fit on this page. And this is what we modeled in the final difference solution. And then we have two market scenarios that I have been talking about. One is just in the middle of the crisis, and then one is after the crisis. And I have some pictures about them. So you see that in the middle of the crisis, there was quite a weird volatility smile for the FX market. You saw that the very short maturity instruments had an annualized variance which was quite high, meaning that there was a very huge demand for short-dated options. So that somehow this term structure of volatility was pretty much decreasing instead of like the normal picture, which used to be increasing at least previously. So it's a very, very stressed market, to be honest. And you also saw quite some significant smile, right? So if you would look at this as let's say at the money, then you saw also quite some swings. Let's say that the demand on the out of the money or in the money options was also significantly higher. So you saw quite strong smile effect, but the term structure of the volatility is very much decreasing. So the short term is way higher. You see somewhat different picture for the after the crisis period, or not sure if we can call it after the crisis. Let's say it's a different period, which was in 2014. Then somehow this volatility term structure is somehow got flattened. The long-term instruments also had a way lower, so the short-term instruments also had a way lower implied volatility, but it was way more flat than it used to be in 2018. And then you see a very strong skew effect. And I can also show you how the corresponding yield curves looked like. So in 2008, the euro yield curve was, let's say, moderate. For the very short end, you saw something around 6%, and then it went in the long term towards 4 or 5%. And the USD yield curve was somewhat below, but you saw that these yield curves were not completely or not very low. It was in the range of 4 or 5%. So this picture somewhat changed by the year 2014, because you saw that both rates were extremely low, and you saw that now the USD rate was below in the euro rate in 2008, and it got higher. It was just the opposite direction in 2014. So the USD rate was higher, and this gap is somewhat increasing over time. And what we did is that by looking at this market, these two markets, we calibrated the model to these two markets, both the foreign and domestic stochastic rate components, and also the Heston process for the FX dynamic stochastic differential equation. So we were taking market quotes from both markets for both periods, swap options for the rates, obviously options for the FX, and we had multiple steps calibration, but at the end we were able to fit the market with the stochastic Heston model quite nicely. I didn't bring any error analysis here, but in the paper you can find it. So it was pretty much fitting the market in both periods. So the stochastic volatility, we call it Heston 2 Hall-and-White model, was fairly reasonably fitting the market behavior. Correlations are also calculated, but those are historical. So we can look at what the distributions are for this new model. So I'm going to point out some type of different models here, because so far we were mostly talking about the Heston 2 Hall-and-White and also the industry practice. But what is industry practice here, right? So these pictures are the terminal distributions of the FX rate. So terminal means that, look at, for instance, what would be the implied FX distribution, like the generated FX distribution after 10 years. And you see it for the case of 2008 and also for the 2010. And one interesting observation, maybe you can make this black dashed line, is this, we call it Black-Scholes 2 Hall-and-White. So this is the standard, one of the standard industry models, in my opinion, because if you have an instrument and it has a 10-year maturity, you might say that I want to calibrate it in such a way that my option maturity, so my process is fitting the at-the-money volatility in 10 years. Let's say the implied Black-Scholes volatility, right? So it means that if I have a 10-year option, I just take the implied volatility of the 10-year rate, and I'm going to fit that to and plug it into my Black-Scholes stochastic differential equation for the FX rate. That's one of the cases, and I think I will make it more clear what is then the piecewise vol difference. So it's Black-Scholes 2 Hall-and-White. It's a very similar one, but we don't only take the terminal, like the 10-year option as the only calibration instrument, because we also take all the intermediate ones, like the 1 year, 2 year. So we construct the volatility term structure for all the instruments that are between, let's say, 0 and 10-year options, right? And then we just build the term structure of volatilities, and let's say, imagine it's like piecewise constant. So you have term structure of volatility, and here in this case it's flat, fitted to the 10-year only. So that's the difference. So let's say these are the industry type of approaches, And our benchmark model is the Heston 2 Hull and White. And you also have a third one, Heston, where the rates are just constant and deterministic, but I don't want to spend too much time on that. So what you see here is that I think I can make two interesting observations if I'm looking at it. For instance, you can ask the question why the red dashed and the black dashed are on top of each other. So that's the first natural question that pops up. And the explanation to that is very simply, since we are fitting the same total variance with both, because at the end, if you do piecewise constant volatility term structure, or just take the 10-year, and eventually we are looking at the terminal distribution in 10 years, you should be consistent at least. So that's why we expect these to be the same. But this is not true for any time before 10 years. So if you condition this distribution on other time period before 10, you will see differences. I didn't show a picture, didn't bring a picture of that, but that's you will see it in the other results later. But what you can see is that by fitting the market with fitting the more sophisticated model, the Heston 2 Hull and White, to the market, you see a much fatter tail. And that's already significantly different. And the same happens, and the same is valid for the later time period, for 2014. And by using these models, I want to show you then what would be the impact of using this Heston 2 Hull and White model and comparing it to the industry practices. So by looking at, for instance, a cross-currency swap in both periods, we can look at different type of metrics. We can look at future expected exposure or future EP or ENEs for different type of model formulations. And this is the simplest instrument you can consider. And just realize that here there is not much you have to do with finite difference methods, because you calculate your future scenarios with Monte Carlo, and the Monte Carlo is obviously also shooting scenarios consistent with the Heston 2 Hull and White, so that's consistent with that. But given your scenarios have been realized, you can replicate your swap with an analytic formula. You can replicate it with bonds eventually. So this is just to show if there is any impact of calibrating your Monte Carlo, or like using your Monte Carlo, which has been calibrated either to the market smile, or you just ignore it because the Black-Scholes cannot really replicate it completely, right? So then you see that you don't see too much difference between the EE, between models. So this is the expected exposure, and this is the same. The EE profiles are pretty much on top of each other. I don't see any difference, for instance, for the case of the cross-currency swap, which also has 10-year maturities in this case, whether you use the Black-Scholes type of fitting either to add the money vol or piecewise vol, or you use the sophisticated Heston 2 Hull and White. I mean, there is not much of an impact. Once you start looking at EPs or ENEs, then you see somewhat more differences. And you see that this is exactly what I was talking about. So the terminal distribution, we sort of fit with both Heston, with both Black-Scholes formulation, but you see that conditionally the distributions before time t, they are different. So then you see a difference between the two Black-Scholes formulation when you are fitting only to the at the money 10-year volatility, or you are fitting to all intermediate option expiries. So you see that the ENEs and the EPs between the two Black-Scholes formulations can differ for both cases. And it's very interesting that, for instance, the Black-Scholes that was fitted with the piecewise constant vol is pretty much producing you the same EP and ENE numbers that are produced by the Heston 2 Hull and White, which is really fitting the market. So it sort of gives me the idea that maybe fitting the market for cross-currency swaps, at least for EP, ENE purposes, maybe it's not so important. To be honest, maybe it looks like this from these pictures, but what I didn't bring, but I can already tell you, and they are also in the paper, is these two pictures are for at the money swaps. So if you would move this moneyness in the money or out of the money, then you would see much more differences, even for the EP or ENE profiles, because observe that in both cases the Black-Scholes was fitting to the at-the-money wall. And if you move out the moneyness of the swaps, you will see differences even between Heston Tuchel and White and Black-Scholes Tuchel and White with the piecewise wall. And even more importantly, if I would look at quantiles, then in the quantiles you can see also the differences. So you see that here the piecewise constant formulation of Black-Scholes Tuchel and White is pretty much far from the Heston formulation. So it is already showing that you could have quite some significant differences because of the tail effect if you are focusing on quantiles. For instance, the business is very much interested in limit setting, and so on. And that's also why we also have to look at this type of metrics. So in both time periods, you see that the Heston Tuchel and White can significantly, or at least to some extent, differ from the Black-Scholes Tuchel and White cases. So it can also be relative differences can be up to 500 basis points of the notional in the quantile cases. Then the other type of instruments that we were looking at in this paper is let me call it instruments that cannot be priced analytically, and that's where this finite difference Monte Carlo comes into the picture. Because here, if we shoot the Monte Carlo scenarios, once the scenario has realized on a given path at a certain point in time, I will not have an analytic formulation to price, for instance, a Bermudan option or an American option or any path-dependent exotic instrument. So this is eventually where we really wanted to see what is the impact for time-dependent or like path-dependent complicated payoffs. And in this case, we are looking at a barrier option where the barrier is, I think it's 110% of the initial FX rate. Yeah, it's even showing it there. And we show, in this case, the quantiles for both periods. Before looking at this, I can already tell you that even for the expected exposure profile, there is a huge difference between the Black-Scholes Tuchel and White for both formulations and the Heston Tuchel and White. So the skew has a significant impact on the exposure, on the expected exposure for both time periods. And you can also see similarities. You can also see the impact of the Heston Tuchel and White, like the impact of the smile, even on the quantiles. So this is the 97.5% quantile. So you see that the Heston, because of the tail effect, you can see a much bigger quantile, much higher exposure quantiles for both time periods. You can see somewhat smaller difference. Yeah, no, this I'm confused because this is only just a pure Heston. So you see a significant difference between both. And it also says that skew impact is larger in 2014 than in 2008. The other instrument type, which I find it quite interesting, is, yeah, we all know that in the FX market, American options are standard, and that's why in this case we were looking at a 3-year maturity American option and trying to value the exposure profile of a 3-year American call for both time periods. And when I was looking at this for the first time, I was a bit confused. Maybe I wasn't very familiar with the FX market, and that eventually that was the case. So if I remember correctly from my, let's see, when I was younger, then I remember that early exercise of an American call is somewhat bothered me, right? Because when you are talking about it, then you say that what is the optimal strategy for an American call option, and then I was thinking that why do I get an exposure profile where I start early exercise an American call? And then obviously I wasn't very familiar with the FX market, so that's why I'm going to tell you the story. Otherwise, I mean, I didn't understand it for the first time. And that has to do with the fact that because we have in the stochastic differential equation this drift component, which is a rate differential of the domestic and the foreign interest rates. And if you remember at the beginning of the talk, beginning somewhere in the middle, I was pointing you out this one. Which rate? So important to mention in this case that USD is a domestic rate. So in this case, the drift will be negative, and here the drift will be positive. So if the drift will be negative, it's pretty much going to be like, if you are familiar with equity literature, it's like equity that is has some dividend yield or something like that. And then obviously the textbook changes, because if you have a call option with a dividend yield, then it might be worthwhile to exercise it early. And then I started to understand it. Wow, okay, that's probably the reason. So since in this case there is not much of early exercise feature, that's why you don't see too much of a difference between the different model formulations. But since here you see that we start exercising it early, then this early exercise is really trying to, this amplitude is really making the impact of stochastic volatility and the fitting of the smile much higher. You see that the Heston formulation, the Heston 2 Helen White, is different from let's say from the Black-Scholes type of formulations. And then I try to summarize. So what I think is very important here is that we had to, and this we were trying to find a relatively stable and a reliable numerical method, which we call, in this case, finite difference Monte Carlo, which can be used for solving also complicated options, exotic options. And since the Heston model was calibrated very well to the market, and it can be very much combined with these too many dimensions, even with the Heston 2 Helen White model, we were able to replicate that, or let's say fit that model to the market, and we were using that model to show the impact of the smile and compare it to the industry practices. And even for the plain vanilla instruments, which I call plain vanilla, let's say the cross-currency swap, we can see some impact, even though you may not expect too much of an impact, but I have shown you that for out-of-the-money swaps or for quantize of cross-currency swaps, you can see some significant contribution of the volatility smile, even for the plain vanilla instruments. And the FX volatility side for smile for exotic instruments, barrier options, American options is even more important. And it's not only for one time period, but for multiple periods. So it's still valid for the after the crisis periods, but it was pretty much also very much visible in the crisis period. Thank you, and I hope you have some questions.
Okay, are there any questions?
I know you mentioned a few words about the error analysis. I know you mentioned that you didn't want to talk about it, but could you tell us just some tools that you used for showing that the fit was okay? A little bit related question is that so how you used several families of models. So how can you justify that one model is better than the other one concerning overfitting issues and things like
that? So in terms of fitting, there is some error analysis here which I didn't prepare myself, but what I was at least what I understood from my co-author is that we were trying to price this Bermudan swaption, and this was a Bermudan option, not a Bermudan swaption, with all type of different model formulations. And then there was the LSM type of one, which is the stochastic grid bundling method, Monte Carlo-based, regression-based method, and there was this analytic, semiotic, this cosine transform, like Fourier transform type of analytic approximation. So we were comparing the final difference Monte Carlo in all cases, and we were looking at how the performance of the model works. So I think you are not interested in this. I think you are interested in more probably in this, right? So it has error convergence for increasing number of grid points. I have to say we better consult the paper and then see about it, because I didn't dig myself into this. And you had another question, which was? Model selection, overfitting. That's we had, because let me go back to this formulation. So we have what we try to do and try to avoid model overfitting is the following. What we did is that we didn't do a general one, throw in everything and try to fit the market somehow, but we were more careful with that. And the reason for that is obviously because we wanted to avoid the overfitting. So we were defining different steps. So we try to separate the interest rate market from the FX markets, first of all. So there are very well, let's say, established practices how you can calibrate a stochastic Hall-and-White model that is fitting the initial yield curve, and how you can calibrate it to the interest rate market by choosing appropriate option quotes from the market, namely swaptions. So in the first stage, we were calibrating these processes. Obviously, this is fitting the initial term structure, and it can be solved analytically. And what we had to do is to figure out what is the mean reversion and what is the volatility component. So we were doing it independently, both for the domestic and both for the foreign rates processes. So that was step number one. And then after that, we were trying to solve fitting this whole system in a let's say, trying to minimize the fit from the market instruments. So, for instance, based on this formulation and some analytic approximations, we can calculate prices of the market quotes. Let's say the model implied prices, and we were trying to match these model parameters such that the differences between the market and the model implied quotes were minimal. But to answer your question, because of the overfitting, we were not doing everything in one step. That's why we were doing it carefully in multiple steps to be able to control the quality of our estimates.
Other questions? Okay, then before the closing words of the chair, I think it's the right moment to thank all the organizers and all the speakers of today.
Thank you very much. So, well, dear participants, dear speakers, dear guests, and dear organizers, my fellow organizers, I should like to thank you all for your attendance and for your endurance to stay with us, and I hope this was an interesting and really fruitful workshop. We could learn a great many new things, and hope that there will be a continuation approximately a year after this. Next year we plan to continue this series of workshops. Thank you very much for coming, and see you next year. Thank you.